We're up. Let's kickstart this engine. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to this edition of the Nantucket Historic Commission. It is Tuesday, April 8th, 4:01 p.m. And let's see, can we get a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair.
All in
Val?
favor, say aye.
Aye.
Regular board. I omitted unintentionally this meeting. You guys, can you whisper? Because it gets picked up. This meeting is being audio video recorded. Anything you say or display will be shown on the town's YouTube channel. Please act accordingly. We motion to approve the agenda. Announcements, HCC public comment email. So what's going on is for public comments, an email address that's posted on the agenda has been established, and it is HDC public comment, no spaces, at nantucket-ma.gov. Will be on each agenda going forward. Much like, well, every other commission, board, and committee has, well, not every, but most regulatory have a submission deadline so that the membership can receive and review comments in advance. Our comments will be due, the comments to the HCC on applications will be due 8 a.m. the Monday prior to the meeting that the particular or respective application is on the agenda for. And from our side of things, for the commissioners, what will happen is, as opposed to getting emails sent in strings over the course of a week or 2 weeks, you'll get one email. It will say public comments for applications anticipated to be heard such and such a date, or to that effect. And you'll be able to not only review them all in one sitting, but kind of look back at them based on the date. So we're hoping that will be helpful.
Good idea.
Okay, commissioner discussion and or vote. HCC meeting and deadline schedule. Did you all review that?
Yep.
Any comments, concerns, questions?
Not at this time.
Motion?
Motion to approve the schedule as posted.
Excellent. On Val's motion, actually, I want to correct, the last vote was the membership present, Abby, Val, myself, Ray, and Connie, and this one will be the same.
Okay.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, carries unanimously. Under commissioner discussion, because there really isn't another place for it, I just wanted to touch base with you all, let you know, received a correspondence from the Nantucket Fire Department chief about solar panel systems permitting and asking for our collaboration on that matter. I have a few questions I'm looking into, and then we'll be taking this up. I just wanted to let you know it existed, and we'll kind of take it from there.
Thank you.
Commissioner Q&A with preservation planner. This is that time of the meeting.
Chair Welch,
Yep.
I just want to let you know, happy to be engaged with those discussions. We've talked and worked closely with the fire department, and, happy to work with you more if you have any other further discussion about it.
Okay, yeah, I think we'll have discussion at a future time. At this point, I want to just kind of clear up some questions. But thank you, Tobias. Commissioner Q&A with preservation planner. This is the moment in the meeting we all wait for. And we're going to wait a little longer because Holly is going to be here for the 3 Pops Lane. So as opposed to asking her about her comments on, well, let me do this. Are there any questions for Holly on 2729 York Street, 2 Dukes Road, or 15 North Water Street? No? Okay. So Holly will be here through the 3 Pops Lane group, and before she departs, we will ask any questions we may have for the remainder of the applications with street addresses highlighted in gray, which indicate those applications that have a staff report. Okay, we are on to consent. Any recusals? Motion?
I'll make that motion.
It'll be the same board as the prior board. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carries unanimously.
That was just me.
Consent with conditions. Any recusals? Okay, same board. Motion?
Motion.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that carries. We're on to 2 Dukes Road. Pat? Record reflect, Commissioner Poole recused. Sitting board is Welch, Camp, Cloud, Patton, Paul. Each preceded by the title commissioner. When you're ready, Pat.
Hi, how are you? So we did as you probably know, we aggressively advertised the building. Not only in the INM, but also on Facebook, which obviously got a lot of interest, a free house. Then Nantucket Current put it on there with a nice free sign, got a lot more people. So at least 35 people either reached out, spoke with, I probably met with at least 15, closer to 20. And we came to the same conclusion just about each time. And this is going from Kim Glowacki to Duncan Fogg, who was really interested in the house down in Chimo, to Aber and Hollis Webb right on Dukes Road. The problem is the size of the house and moving it down the street. It's 25 feet wide and it's 26 feet tall, and the ridge goes to 25 feet wide side. So anything that's in front of that, you're gonna have to cut it out of the way and or move it. Going down Dukes Road, there was berms on one side with a telephone pole on the other side. We were gonna take out about 8 to 10 feet of vegetation and chop down trees, and Hollis and Aber just didn't wanna do that to their neighbors. Because the canopy would have changed and the road would have changed dramatically. Going around Quaker, you start looking at all the trees and all the limbs, and it came down to the point no one wanted to get into that type of, I don't even know if the tree warden would have allowed that to happen at that point. But so, we've tried and we've run into the same thing each time. It's just too large to go down the road. So I'm asking if you guys would reconsider.
Okay, thanks, Pat. Holly? Here, we might as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, for the record, per our NHL data, this is a circa 1940 colonial revival, and it was shown on, I think, the 1938 aerial. Previous comments still stand. Appreciate the outreach. That's tremendous, and I did see it myself, so I know it was done. I did want to mention that at the last meeting in March, this is the board did say that, this is a contributing structure, it should not be demolished. And one commissioner suggested that a clear policy of these anti-demo of structures of a certain age should be discussed at some point. And while this is a wonderful suggestion, and I fully support, the HDC has the authority to say no under the special act and guidelines. I understand there were interested parties looking to move this dwelling. It would be a great historic tax credit project. I do understand the logistics. I do notate that area of Quaker, especially off of Nantucket, is a challenge, but I do know that there's been structures in the past that have moved even from farther off of Nantucket Road. My recommendation is still to have it move and incorporate either on the site or be moved off. I think it's a shame, especially with what we see on the island. So appreciate the efforts. Thank you.
Thanks. Mickey, do you guys have anything?
No, we didn't actually review this, but I would agree with what Holly's saying too.
Okay, thanks. That reminds me, I got an announcement to make on public comments before hearings. Do that after this one. Let's see, so again, the board is myself, Abby, Angus, Connie, and Joe. Joe, why don't you start?
I don't know if I'm ready to start. I appreciate the applicant reaching out and looking for a taker. And I'm really torn on where I sit on this because the size of the structure and moving it down the road and all the implications that the applicant described are sort of universal, I guess. Not just this move, but other moves. And they become prohibitive and expensive to to tie back together. And it really would like to see fewer requests for demos and move-offs, and it supports the whole deconstruction aspect that concept that's been floated around. This structure and this location, I just feel like it'd be unfortunate to see it even move off of this street in a way, given that I don't think there are a lot of older homes on this part of Duke's Road, so this one in particular sort of stands out. I think it should remain on site and be incorporated into the design of the development of the project if possible.
Okay, thanks, Jill. Abby?
Yeah, I agree with Joe. I think that keeping the history on the site just keeps the thread going. And even though there's a new house there, if you saw this driving up the street, you'd see part of the history. You'd keep that history. Really too bad about the logistics. I don't know about those, but it seems like 25 feet doesn't seem very wide, but
It's 26 feet tall,
26 feet tall,
so it's a square.
yeah.
If the ridge were going the other way, then it'd be lower on each end, but it's going the wrong way.
Yeah,
Abby,
so,
continue, please.
yeah, maybe we have to make more of an effort to keep to talk to the applicants about, incorporating the old house that seems to be a trend now to be incorporated into the design of the site. So, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Angus?
I agree with what's been said. Ideally, this would have been altered and made use of as part of the development, and the development happened on the condition of this being moved. And so I think to do the development and then say, oh, we're stuck with a house that we can't move, I don't think is fair to the system and the historic structure. This is an asset, and we don't want it to be lost because it's an inconvenience. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. Connie?
First, I'd like to say that I appreciate the due diligence to try to find a taker, but I also understand the logistics. And although I would like to see it used on the property, I'm not sure if the house, since it's been sitting for so long, some of the deterioration of the actual structure may come to play. So although I would hate to see it be demoed, I think that there's really very little wiggle room at this point. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Val, you had a question?
My question was actually to our board, because I'm not sure of the answer of this, but if there was an interim spot on the street to move it to, it could be moved to, like closer than the people who got in touch with you. Is that a possibility? I'm not saying it would land there, but there are some people who have offered to maybe let it rest. Is
Okay,
that,
I just want to make sure I understand, so we know Pat understands. So, I mean, ultimately, we can decide what we want to decide. We're the regulatory authority. But I want to make sure, are you saying there's a different property where this may be able to sit in the interim? Or you're asking if it can be relocated closer to the street on the site in the interim?
well, either one, but is that a possibility? I don't know. We've never done that before, so that's why I'm asking.
Okay.
And I'm not sitting on this. I'm advocating for NISDA.
You're advocating, I'm sorry, for who?
NISDA? Nantucket Island School of Design.
They want it?
Yeah.
Okay, so, Pat, I can't, okay, so as a regulatory authority, we can't answer for relocating into another person's property without an application on file to relocate it to that property, because we're acting on something we don't have before us. Number one. Number two, as the applicant's agent, and I'm not suggesting you'll know the answer now, you're the only one who can reply as to whether it could be relocated closer to the street for some reason or in some way. What say ye at this point?
I think we're going, so, I think I want to pull the application with prejudice, and then we'll come back.
Without prejudice?
Without prejudice, sorry.
Okay, no, I just wanted to make sure you weren't.
Can I say something on this? Well, we do have an application for a move off, and I just want to say that if there was an applicant that this building could move to, I would be fine with it, as much as I'd like it to stay on the lot. There's plenty of precedent for move-offs of a historic home. It doesn't, if it's in the neighborhood, great, but the island-wide, we've allowed historic structures to move, so I would be absolutely fine with that and would support it. And I don't know what hurdles need to happen to make that happen, but I wouldn't be rigidly adherent to it having to stay on site.
Okay, thanks, Joe. So I just want to clarify, this is currently a move-off approval as it is. It says move only, but it's not move only on the site, it's a move off. So the applicant has an approval for a move off, and they have come before us for a demolition, given the fact that after successive attempts over a relatively lengthy period, which is all factual, I'm not one way or the other, they're not finding someone who will actually take it. So just to clarify that, and then to clarify, as the applicant's agent, Pat, you would like to withdraw without prejudice? Okay, so I guess we can vote on that. I mean, I would suggest that if you don't have, you can either sign a 60-day extension. You can start, okay, the result of what you're doing is you would start over, which is fine if that's what you want to do. The alternative is that you just ask it to be held and you explore your options. And if we're up against a 60-day extension, you sign the 60-day extension, and you can hold it until you explore more options without having to reapply.
Okay.
It's up to you. I just want to make sure you're informed of your options. And before I go back to you, Kathy.
Yes, Mr. Chair, through you to Sarah, you want to grab the application and see what the extension date says on it? Thank you.
So, by 7/7/25.
7/7, okay, July 7th.
Okay, so you have plenty of time there without having to sign an extension. Mr. Paul?
We just don't want a denial.
Yeah.
If the board was going to vote for a denial right now, we would withdraw. Because, you know, that would preclude us from coming back for another 3 years, I believe.
Sure. I think that where we are is that the consensus vote is against a demo, not, we've already approved a move off. So I would suggest that unless you think a move off isn't in the cards, that you keep your options open, because if somebody like Nisdell opens up the door and you've withdrawn, well, you'd be withdrawing the demo. You can, I would just say leave it open.
We would be, and if the board's all right with that, we prefer to leave it open than to withdraw.
Yeah, because we're not,
Perfect.
We just don't
forced to
want a
act on it.
denial, because that's closed the door on us, that's
Right.
all.
Okay.
So, and I think that probably what would be appropriate is, given that we have a demo application, I'm not uncomfortable with the idea of having at some future date obviously prior to the termination of the extension, which will be monitored, that you bring back more information. Like, you may come back and say, we want to withdraw this because we have a move off. So that would close the permit out. You understand? Okay, so what I would suggest then is we would hold this for additional information, including they might decide to come back next week and say, we want to withdraw it.
Yeah, so we'll hold it.
Yeah, so. Are you comfortable making a motion to hold for additional information?
Sure. Yes, I'll make that motion.
All right, on your motion,
Aye.
Connie? Abby?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Nom and I. Okay. All right. That that moves us to 15 North Water Street. This was held per the applicant's request, 325. The board is myself, Abby, Val, Angus, and Joe. Our alternate is Connie, should she be needed in the future. Ben, when you're ready.
Great, so we looked at this application quite a while ago. I can't remember the exact date, but, it was in early February. At that time, we were requesting a number of things on this house. We're just getting to the final push to finish this project, which is very exciting. But back in February, we were asking for new roof material to be going to fireproof cedar, a skylight on the rear back corner, and the most kind of contentious thing was to paint the trim white. We got resounding opinions from you all that white was not going to work on this house, which we were fine with, but that we were to look for a gray color that was appropriate. So in my own kind of observations around town, I found a number of examples of a gray color that I thought was really appropriate for this building. And it is called Winter Solstice, which is kind of a lame name, but it's the Winter Solstice. I've supplied the color chip. It's the color that Penn Austin used at 56 Union Street. It's also the color of this house, the trim on this house here at 19 Union Street. Joe Topham was kind enough to detail that color. So it's a very nice gray. It has maybe a little bit of blue in it, but it's a nice kind of lighter but nice gray. So the proposal in front of you tonight is a winter solstice gray, and then we are also suggesting shutters on the building, which would be the blue color. I forget the goofy name.
Deep Secrets. I like that one.
Yeah, the name of these colors is incredible. But so Deep Secrets
Victoria's Secret.
for the shutters and the window boxes, whether that's a item that you guys care about. But you know, it's a handsome color. It's a not overly bright. It's kind of a subdued color palette, but I think it'd be really nice on this historic building. And with that, I'll leave it up to you guys.
Thank you, Ben. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the Hussey House, a circa 1795. This was owned by Cyrus Hussey, excuse me. He was on the crew of the whale ship, the Globe. So obviously a historic structure within our OHD. Appreciate the changing the skylight on the contemporary L to be wood and natural to weather, following building with Nantucket in mind. Regarding the color, my recommendation is the example for the color, which was 19 Union, is a circa 1803 typical Nantucket that was later converted with Greek Revival elements. As its owner was a whale ship owner. While this typical Nantucket is of similar vintage, and received a Greek Revival doorway addition, there was no other Greek Revival elements that were added on to this typical Nantucket. It stayed simple, austere, and it should stay that way with the color, even with the shutters added. So my recommendation would be to keep it natural as is. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Mickey, do you guys have anything to add?
Just a little, thank you. So this is Mickey Rowland representing the Historic Structures Advisory Group. And that is myself, Jason Finger, Mary Bergman, Marcia Fader. So for this one, we didn't have a big concern with the color, the gray colors. It was more to do with the shutters, which, you know, this is a very simple Quaker style house with rustic cedar shakes. It's almost unusually rustic. And the shutters seem to sort of dress it up more than seem fitting. So that was our bigger concern rather than the color. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's see, Val.
I think I agree with the colors being okay, but you're not looking to make it clabbered, correct?
Nope,
No.
no,
That
the
was-
existing shingles do not get removed.
Right,
Those
it's
shingles-
just the shutters, right, okay. I think simple is better, less is more.
I'm not sure what that means.
No shutters.
No shutter,
Okay, I didn't know if you meant simpler shutters or, okay, thank you. Let's see, Joe.
I'm okay with the application as submitted. I was concerned that you were proposing clapboards, and I thought maybe it was just a drawing error, that there were shingles. I'm a little confused by the precedent image, but I think, I don't disagree with the formality of the shutters, but I think given that you're retaining the shingles and you have this subdued gray color, I'm okay with it as is. Thank you.
Thanks, Joe. Let's see, Abby.
So these two houses that are next to one another, I always sort of equate the two of them together. And if one got shutters, I think that would sort of break that sort of relationship. So I tend to agree with Val that the simpler approach would be better on this house. I like the color, but yeah, I think it's just dressing it up too much, as Holly said. Yeah. I'm fine with the colors. Just think the shutters are bringing it like too far into the, too modern. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Angus.
Yeah, I pretty much agree with everyone. Simpler, I think, would be better. It's those shakes really set this building aside and make it feel more rustic. And so I'm almost wondering if the style of shutter, if it were more like planks and natural, that it would be sort of meet that rusticness that's already inherent in the structure. So my first choice would be no shutter. And if they were to be something that would be more rustic and I think painted as shown, would add too much formality to it. And the only other comment is about the skylight, that it would have the two buttons to divide it into the three vertical lights.
Thanks, Angus. So Ben, where I'm on this is that colors are fine. The shutters, I think are maybe not typical, but they're not inappropriate if they're simpler. And it looks like you could get out of here. Oh, and the skylight 2 buttons, I agree. It looks like you could get out of here with a color approval. And if you wanted to come back on the shutters with some precedent photos, you could do that, or we could hold it and you could bring some precedent photos. What do you want to do?
We're happy to drop the shutters from the proposal altogether.
Okay, so can we get Val?
are the window boxes also staying or going? Because it doesn't have window boxes now, and that makes it more formal.
I would really hesitate to get into weighing in on window boxes personally.
I didn't know that, okay.
I mean, we don't review and approve window boxes now.
Yeah, the first floor has existing window boxes. I don't think the second floor does, but knowing this homeowner, he'll want second floor window boxes.
I mean, they tend to be on an application as an accessory feature if it's certainly within our purview, but if we do that, we open up a can where we could be determined to be arbitrary, capricious, or ambiguous as to enforcing these. And please don't shake your head at me. These are the things the chair has to think of. Because if we're enforcing whether a flower box can be on one house and not another, and then we're not going out and enforcing that there are flower boxes all over Nantucket that don't have applications in COAs, that really sets us up for a really kind of a bad position. So it's just a simple suggestion that flower boxes are flower boxes. They're temporary. They don't typically stay up even all winter. Some of them don't even stay up past into the fall planting. I would suggest we leave those at least for now. Is there a motion on this one?
I guess, would the motion be to approve with the winter solstice? And that the without the shutters, unless, if you're going to bring back an option, just drop the shutters, and,
So the motion would be to approve as submitted minus the shutters.
yes, what about the three
Yeah, you want
muntins in
muntins on
the
those.
And the
skylight?
double muntins.
So
So there'd
like
be
a
three
6
lights.
lights?
No, there'd be 3 lights
3 lights across.
with vertical muntins.
Oh,
2
yeah, yeah,
muntins.
yes.
Okay,
Yep, yep, yep.
okay, plus the muntins.
And that would be written as conditions, restrictions on the application.
Yes, I'll write that up.
Okay, cool. Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
All right, on your motion, Abby,
I'm an aye.
Val. Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. 3
Thank you
Pops
very
Lane.
much.
Thanks, Ben. All right, Mark, good evening, good afternoon.
Good evening.
Late evening already.
Afternoon. Yeah.
When you're ready,
Sure. Again, Mark Catone representing the applicant, 3 Pops Lane. We're back before you. I think we were getting close at the last review. We have proposed some changes. I find we always land on the same sheet, and maybe A2.3 is maybe where we want to be. Yeah, if we could maybe go to page A2.3, which is the rear elevation, where we tend to focus the conversation. A2.3, which would be the rear elevation facing the water. Next one, down, one more. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So, changes, significant changes made since we were before the board last was, we dropped basically the height of the structure across the board. I think the chair had recommended maybe a 2-foot reduction in their comments. 2 foot actually is too far down. We can't actually get a full height door in at that point, but we did drop the plates everywhere so that this, starting left to right, we were able to drop this from 17.8. This wing is now 16 feet 10 inches to the ridge. We dropped this forward, eve forward by a foot. We're down to 17.6. Sorry, we are down to
16.4.
Yeah, on that. So this all came down 12 inches. For hierarchy, we slightly raised this by 6 inches. This is the center main mass, if you will. Here came up a few inches here just to create more distinction between the others. And then we dropped the last wing on the far right by down to 16.10 as well. The pergola frames came down with them where they correspond to those structures. Also reduced the windows in those buildings, those masses, and the height. So they're now 7 feet where they had been 8 feet previously. So that all came down. Also changed the door and window sash color to gray to match the trim. It was black previously as applied for. So now it's all one color. Thundercloud gray is the gray. It's a medium gray, if you will. And again, just to reiterate, we have over 2,000 square feet of ground cover still available on this property, this lot that we're not even close to or interested in utilizing. This is all very low profile, so everything that's come down, I question whether you'll even see the connectors from the water when we've rendered this, where we can go to if that's useful. And we have, what was the other thing I was at? And also no grade change, just a reminder again, because there was confusion on that. It's actually the first floor elevation of this is proposed 1 inch down than the structure is there, that is there now. This actually, a majority of the structure, if not all the structure, actually now sits lower than the profile of the building that's there today. So we've, single story approach here. And maybe if we go to the rendering, if we could, which will be the one from the water edge, which we have is, yeah, that's the one, just showing Actually, 825, please. That's the perspective actually from boat. Yeah, there you go. So this is all, it's been adjusted slightly to reflect the changes in ridge heights here as well. So the only thing we didn't do in the rendering, it's still shown in the black sash and door, but it would be a gray to match the rake trims and such. Thank you.
Anything else?
I think that's it for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an infill dwelling within Old Nantucket, replacing the 1940s Taylor House, which was built by George Elmore Taylor at 343 Nantucket and moved to this location, and you all allowed for a move off. Appreciate the changes to the window sash color from black to gray. The doors are still listed as black, so I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the board. Most commissioners had concerns with the gable ends and suggested eave forward and bring the height down. The plans have been revised with one eave forward mass, thank you. But the ridge height does seem to be increased, not decreased. There were concerns with the proposed horizontal cedar boards, but they have not changed on one gable end. There was a suggestion to eliminate connectors. The changes requested have been incremental. Board siding is not appropriate, especially along Heather Creek in Old Nantucket, should be shingled. The one eave forward breaks up the rhythm of the additive massing. However, connectors are too modern for Old Nantucket and should be removed. And those are my comments. I did want to mention that you all have received a butters comments, and I believe there are some butters here this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Holly. Did anyone have questions for Holly on this one, or on the butters comments, or Mark, to Mark? At this point, okay. Did anyone have their hand up, or?
I'm representing two of them.
Oh, actually, Paul Moran, and Paul Moran has his.
Okay, Linda, who are you representing?
The Hendricksons, which are up there, and the Morans, which are up there. So if you want me to
Okay,
read
yeah,
this
I don't
first,
wanna,
and
I
then they
just,
can do it.
for, out of fairness to everyone, I don't want to have three people speak when it represents two people.
Well,
so-
they have other things to say than what I have to say, because we all coordinated all this stuff, so.
Okay, so we're gonna do some synchronous dancing. Okay, great. So, who wants to begin?
And
Yeah.
Bruce Mandel also has his hand up.
I think we have quite a few that are coming in
Why
up
don't we
there
start
somewhere.
with Bruce? Yeah.
Bruce, unmute.
Okay, I think I'm unmuted now, thank you. Might entertain you by clicking on this too.
Bruce, they can't hear you.
Bruce, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairperson, I'm making a brief statement to summarize the comments from the several members of our Nantucket Advisory, our application review group. It's the former Nantucket Advisory Board. And my little statement here applies to all four applications. The proposed development is in the heart of Old Nantucket, within Nantucket's old historic district. We feel it's out of character for this rural, low-density, cottage-scaled Nantucket neighborhood, which is traditionally and historically defined as being based on subdued and low-scale designs. The development consists primarily of two large, out of reasonable scale components visible from public ways: a main house, primary structure being what appears to be a singular mass with an enormous width of, it looks like over 120 feet, running totally exposed along the bluff, closest to and entirely visible from Heather Creek. The design serves to block the area's open viewscape tradition, which we're trying to maintain in Nantucket, as the open viewscapes. There's a proposed guest house, which also is designed with a neighborhood inappropriate massing of what appears to be almost 70 linear feet.
Bruce, excuse me, Bruce. I just want to get a clarification. Are you going to be speaking on each of these applications, or you're just going to be speaking now?
I'm just speaking now rather than.
Okay, no, that's fine. I just wanted to understand. Thank you. Please proceed. We are
Thank you.
doing a 2-minute thing, so please be
Okay,
observant.
I'm wrapping up. Thank you.
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Neither structure represents building with Mattocket's rural character in mind, nor will it be maintained. The designs are insensitive to how the existing neighboring homes along Hither Creek maintain a much more cottage basis with traditional additive massing, which seems to be missing from the proposed structures. There's no attempt to provide variation in scale to try to break up the two structures' unbroken linear designs. This proposed development, all four components, is out of character and out of place for this old Mattocket neighborhood. Thank you for allowing us to submit this statement, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Bruce. Let's see, who would like to go next? Do we have the Morans?
Yes.
Okay, do I just ask that we not be repetitive? Thank you. While we're waiting, I just want to clarify, that's not to suggest that you can't say, I support the comments made by the prior or someone in particular, but let's not go through and state that.
Am I on now?
Is he,
He's up there, his hands, he's unmuted.
please state your name for the minutes.
Yes, it's Paul Moran.
Hi, good evening, Paul. Why don't you go ahead?
Okay, I'll be brief. We've been in Mattocket for over 50 years. We actually owned Millie's house when she died. And when she died, we basically tore the structure down. At that point, we could have improved the footprint of Millie's cottage, but out of respect for Mattocket, for old Mattocket, for the view from the bridge, from the view from Hither Creek, we wanted to retain the character of old Mattocket. And we just feel that this is so out of character, it's so big, it's just, it's not old Mattocket. It just doesn't belong there, and that's what we strongly feel. So thank you very much for your consideration.
And this is, okay, this is Jean Moran.
I'm sorry. Hold on a second, please. Who is this?
My wife, Jean.
Jean Moran.
Hi, Jean. Go ahead.
The owner of the house behind this proposal. So I know that we're not supposed to give history of, we're supposed to stick to the design of the house. But I feel that the changes that have been made are not in keeping with Mattocket. They've changed window color. They still have vertical sideboard. I just feel like this is being pushed through and not listened to the abutters and the people that care about Mattocket. And I feel if this board pushes this through, that Mattocket will change forever. We have owned 9 properties in Mattocket, including Millie's. We moved a house that was falling in the ocean. We are committed to what Mattocket is. And I just feel like the HGC that spends all their time on shutter color and window boxes is not looking at what you should be looking at, which is the development of this property, which is
Thank you, Jean. Jean, thank you. Linda, did you want to go?
Yeah. I have things that they'd like me to say. I represent the Hendricksons, the immediate abutters, and the Morans, immediate abutters to the east. We want to simply reiterate for the record the following.
Take the hand down.
Can you mute them, please?
We reserve the right to continue to object to the title issues as they relate to the ownership of the property and the signature on the application, and express concern over the appearance of conflict with Commissioner Paul per Section 268A of the Ethics Law, which I believe he has disclosed down at the town clerk. There's still a potential to void the entire process should the court allow that appeal on that basis. I need to point out that this is like the 6th or 7th hearing on this project, starting in October 15th. So much for the 3 strikes and you're out, which you know I'm opposed to that standard. 2 others were to continue without discussion, as it was the last one. They never got to them. As I do not believe that the 3 strikes rule is legal if challenged, et cetera, et cetera. The abutters need to state clearly that they are not opposed to development of this property, but it should be appropriate development and consistent with the development along the creeks and other properties. Just because they can And just because they have the extra ground cover, our special act amendment allows you to consider massing irregardless of the square footage on a lot. We've done that for probably 35 years now, when Sandy Knox Johnson put it in. Overdevelopment does not mean they should be allowed to do something so out of context. Just because it's one story, it eliminates any positivity because it is 120 feet across the creeks. And I put in a bunch of pictures showing you the visibility of this thing. It's not going to be set into the landscape at all, regardless of the fact that he went in and arbitrarily took out the 2 feet. I will be watching as a member of the Concom. Okay. Other than the pool moving, that was the biggest change. The tactic seems to be wearing you down just to approve it. In 43 years, I've dealt with the HDC issues. I've seen the tactic, but not for some time. There's been no effort to address all of Holly's concerns or even some of the HDC members' concerns. There are still multiple gables forward. Had they not gone forward and the height had come down and they had run the eaves all the way across, this would be a far better design. But they really haven't addressed that because there are still gables forward of the water. And I believe Ray brought that up the last time. They haven't, again, shown the basement walkout, which is a huge walkout facing the Moran's property, facing Washington. And they still haven't put it back on the plan, though they're required to show the basement because there's a massive walkout with very large windows. They've been asked to put it back on. They still have not put it back on. I'm kind of concerned. The materials Holly brought up, they haven't changed it. And the Morans brought up the difference in materials, which should not exist. The length has not been addressed, maybe a few feet, but that's it. They've actually, as Holly mentioned, gone up another 6 inches. That's a problem. This is very upsetting and disappointing to the abutters, given the negative impact of this on Old Nantucket. What we had asked is that you, and now that the weather's better, I can arrange, or you guys can arrange to take a viewing from the water, like some of us did when Heather's Heaven came in 4 houses away from this one, which is a far more compact structure, but about the same age as some of the other structures up there. There were 3 small cottages in a row. We've held them up for 6 months because of the impact of expanding that structure. Their response has been insufficient and non-responsive. It should be denied due to lack of response to the concerns expressed time and time again. The amount of time we've been in here, which is like 6 months now, this language was given to the HCC many years ago by town council to deny due to lack of response to these concerns expressed. They should look beyond the one-story appearance of the structure. It is not about the one story alone. Context is everything in Nantucket, especially Old Nantucket. And under the Nantucket area plan, a lot of this was addressed in Old Nantucket, and it's fast disappearing out there. So we'd ask you to hold this again, that the things change that you've asked them to change. We do appreciate the change to the gray windows, but it's still not there. There's nothing on the creeks like this, and I really would love to take you out there for a viewing. This is way too an important thing next to the other house, right 1 block away from Nantucket Millie's and perfectly visible from the Millie's Bridge. So we're asking you to hold on to it, get the changes that you've asked, reduce the length, at least get rid of those gables, which are, you can see in the picture, are horrible and not in keeping with the rest of the creeks, and neither is it in keeping with the Hendricksons, which is actually angled back. But to say that it's shorter than the existing house, which is very compact because it was moved to that lot from another lot, is not, it's disingenuous. And it's disingenuous to compare it to the Hendricksons, which had an original main mass, which this doesn't, or any of the rest of the stuff that goes on the creeks, which is kind of eclectic. This is not eclectic. This is inappropriate. I believe the Hendricksons may be up there.
Thanks, Linda.
Mr. Chair.
Do we have somebody else who would like to speak?
Yes, Mary Jane McLean.
Okay, I'd ask again not to be repetitive, please. If you want to support prior comments, please indicate so, and we'll move to the next topic.
Mary Jane, just unmute so you can speak.
Hi, I am with my sister Ann Jennings, the previous owner of Mainsail. Nantucket is the last toehold of the laid-back, unpretentious summer experience, totally defined by the natural environment of Smith Point and Hither Creek, once synonymous with all of Nantucket, but now seems to be found only on the western end of the island. Life then was beaching, fishing, and biking. This project seems to utterly disregard the unique natural environment and sense of place, green space. There's only one Hither Creek, one view of the unassuming, relatively modest homes that make up the view, dotting the coastline from the water. The impact of this project ignores all of that. That makes this area of Nantucket unique and charming. It's way too large, and it will set a precedent that will forever impact an extremely unique island village. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else, Kathy?
Yes, Sarah Hendrickson.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
We can, go ahead.
This is Sarah Hendrickson. My husband John and I own the property west of 3 Pops Lane. With all due respect, we feel the HDC is handicapped by primarily focusing on design plans with minor tweaks and photographs, several of which have been fabricated. HDC members would greatly benefit from a site visit, as Linda suggested. Then and only then can this massive development of 3 structures and a pool totaling over 5,000 square feet be evaluated within this historic neighborhood. Envision this development from Nantucket Road looking down Pops Lane north to Nantucket Harbor, from Millie's Bridge out to Hither Creek, from all the boats entering the creek and immediately facing a 124-foot wide structure with ancillary buildings right along the coastal bank. A site visit is crucial to determine whether this project truly is building with old Nantucket in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Kathy?
No, it does not look like that.
Okay, so the board, just to remind you all, if you've forgotten, is myself, Ray, Bale, Angus, Joe, and Connie is the alternate. Who would like to begin?
Sorry,
Go ahead.
Chair,
Mark?
just a point of clarification based on the comments that
Yeah,
this is our fourth time before the board. It's not 6 or 7. And again, to clarify, there is no fill proposed. The applications have all been modified to reflect 0 fill proposed on this site. And again, the tallest gable on the site is 20 feet. Everything else is less than that in profile.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Val?
Okay. I re-listened to the last meeting today just to refamiliarize myself because I wanted to make sure that I remembered things the way they were said. And I think by and large, it seems as though some of our concerns, I know that's how we do this when we come to HDC. You have to appease some concerns, but not everybody's. But I feel by and large, there were some things that were not really addressed that I wanted to mention. And the wide angle shot that you gave in your presentation for this review was very helpful. There was some comments from your office about there being a mix of gables and eaves, and that is so very true. But what I noticed from that rendering or photo with the building rendered in there is nothing that has this many gables in a row. And I think in the last meeting, Ray called it the sawtooth effect. And I do think that sticks out in my mind as making it more complicated than it needs to be. When I look at this picture, it just seems everything is so simple. Now, of course, it's rendered as new shingles and stuff, and that, of course, makes it stand out as well. But I did think that there is too many gables, and we had talked about perhaps even just modifying it by one, and that could soften the effect, especially from the water. The lowering of the gables is appreciated, or the lowering of the masses, but it's all about 6 inches, and to me, that doesn't significantly read any different. My comments were about making the eave lines different, and I think that what I noticed was the eave line of the only eave forward, which in my mind is the major mast because it's the widest, went down about a foot. And the hierarchy then was thrown off for me. To me, that seems like it should be the main gable and then, the main mast, and then everything spills off of that. So I still have a strong feeling about the connectors. They're very cool, but I don't think appropriate here. And they, just eliminating those could reduce the width or even one. Thank you for the black sash change. That was one of my questions because it still says on the application change to gray, but the renderings were black. So thank you for mentioning that. And I really do think that all shingled is going to help make it sort of just hunker in too. So those are my thoughts based on reviewing the tapes and then looking at this again today. Thank you.
Thanks, Val. Ray?
So I want to kind of put things in perspective here. A lot has been said about the length of this house. And I suppose in my own mind, given the choice between having a single-story house that's long and a two-story house that's less long, I'd go for the single-story house. I just think that it is certainly in Nantucket. I will use the house immediately to the west as a precedent. It's a single-story, quite long house. It rambles. That's all great. And then to the east of this, we have a 1.5-story house that has a jagged sort of sawtooth gable presence facing the water. That's 2 stories or close to it. The one next to that is a salt box with a 2-story piece of it facing the water. Behind, of course, we have Nantucket Millie's, which is a full 2 stories and quite large. I want to give credit where credit is due and say that I think that the theme here of having a single-story rambling house, and indeed it is rambling, and I think that these pieces in between the masses help it to achieve that effect, is in keeping with Nantucket. Val said a minute ago, and I agree that I did say that it's gable heavy facing the water. I would prefer for there to be less gables forward. I agree with Val on the whole point of, I would have considered the primary mast to be the one that we're looking at the eave end of with the fireplace in it, and therefore that's taller. And the other pieces are all subordinate to that. So I also think that the horizontal boarding is, I continue to be uncomfortable with that, particularly because it faces north, and I have this feeling that unlike if it was southern exposure, that wood is going to turn out to be very, very dark when it weathers. And Mark, just point of clarification, when you said all of the trim and sash were going to the same gray, you did mean the doors too, right?
Yeah, doors as well. If it has been marked as such, we would clarify that, yes.
Yeah,
But
okay.
there's no black proposed at this point.
Right, okay, and I think that that's really good, because when I look at these sort of bird's eye views of Nantucket with this inserted into the context, that's the one thing for me that stands out the most, actually, is the new shingles, as Val pointed out, and the black on the sash and the doors. But I really, I think this project has been given a really hard time, and I'm kind of wondering why. You know, it's a single-story building. The ridge height in Mattocket, as we all well know, is 25 feet. The tallest mass of this is 20 feet. And so the tallest mass is 5 feet short of the maximum that's allowed in that area. So, I mean, I think there's a lot of good things to be said about this project. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Sure. I think, not that this really matters, but this section of the island is, in my opinion, one of the most charming. And one of the abutters was speaking about old Mattocket and rural character and low density and cottage scale and small scale and additive massing and variation in scale. I agree with everything that that person said, and that's one of the reasons why I think the design works. Because I do think a lot of those characteristics are on display here, and I agree with a lot of what Ray said with respect to length versus height. I think that's very important. Now, there are some, when you take a microscope and you look at the details, there are some contemporary details. The pergola is contemporary, the connector pieces are contemporary, and even the clapboard, I don't know if that's contemporary, but it's certainly a material that has been raised as a question or concern. I think the connector pieces and the material differences are all attempts to break this up and make it feel less contiguous. If they weren't screened by vegetation, the connector pieces, then they'd be more of a concern. If they were roofed, I still think, if there was shallow gables, I think you'd have the net effect of what the applicant is trying to achieve here. So I'm certainly not advocating for the flat roof links, but I think that the concept behind them is to get itself towards a broken up mass. And, in terms of the amount of gable forward versus eave forward, I understand that there's a lot of push and pull happening here. And when you look at the layering from all the way down the creek, there's all kinds of layering of different roof forms. And I won't bore you with the full accounting of this, but if you start all the way down the creek, you're looking at quite an assortment of gable, eave, gable, eave, eave, gable, 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 eave. And there's a real collection of eave forward and gable forward. This particular lot, I think, ends up being the transition point, because beyond it to the water, everything is eave forward. So this is kind of at the transition. And given the scale and the way that they recede from the water line, I don't have a concern with that. If it was all shingle, I still think it would read as separate buildings. I don't think that it has to be literal with the clapboard. And I do agree with Ray's comment that the mass with the chimney, which is the eave forward, could be the tallest, but we're talking subtleties, really, because I think that as you view this in perspective, there's going to be a lot of changing of what the primary mass is. I would really appreciate the fact that the tallest mass is 5 feet below the allowable, and the other masses are 16, 16, 4, 16, 10, which is, a shed can not count as ground cover if it's up to 16 feet tall. I'm not saying it's comparable with a shed, but we never see structures that are 16 feet tall. Everybody's trying to push the limits of height. At almost every application, it's a battle about height. This one's more of a battle about length. But, and I do think that applicant, I don't have evidence of the first submission here, but I recall there being a lot of French doors facing the road, facing the water. And all across all these masses, and I believe that they've all changed to windows. So I think there've been a lot of fenestration changes. I don't think it's been piecemeal. There have been some comments that have been, I wouldn't say ignored, because you address some and not others, but I think it's in keeping with Mattocket, despite there being some contemporary elements on here. I think when it all weathers and grows in, that this is going to feel like part of the old Mattocket waterfront. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Angus?
Thank you. So between Val, Ray, and Joe, I mean, they've each and every one of them pointed out the perspective that I have on this. I'm not going to reiterate, but the main mass, I feel like that should have gone the other way with the gable next to the west of the mast that is eve forward with the chimney. Should have gone the other way with the chimney mast staying higher and the gable facing lowering. So that's the only thing I'm going to emphasize, but I, in general, agree. And the sawtooth thing, I think, happens, especially with the image that is up on the screen now with the guest house in the distance. There's a gable popped up, and then there are the two gables that are west of the what I see as the main mast. And so, a little more variation in there, but I agree with what's been said. Thank you.
Thanks, Angus. So my comments are, I think that, yeah, this is one story appropriate. I think the breaking up of the masses is appropriate. I believe that the result of this application will probably be precedent setting for, in the sense that people will want to be copying it. I think it is a charming design or a handsome design, subject to modifications previously stated. It is, if you look at the illustration, a very large structure relative to the single-story structure to the right that is almost as long. That revolves around, I think, an effective use of, viewed on its own, it's kind of subtly hidden, that you have 8-foot tall windows and doors, and proportionately, the top plates are much higher. And I don't think that that's appropriate for Mattocket. My opinion is that the windows should come down to at max 7.6.
Sorry,
Mark, I'm going to finish my comments, please. I brought this up at the last meeting.
I just want to clarify on that point. We did bring all the units are down to 7-foot headers. The only one that remains at 8 was that gable that I have highlighted on the screen behind you now.
The window schedule doesn't reflect that.
Did
That's
we?
what I looked at.
Max, we change that? Yeah, it should reflect that.
Fixed awning, 8-foot, fixed awning, 8-foot, fixed awning, 8-foot, that's 10 windows, patio doors, 8 feet, screen door, 8 feet.
Is that correct?
Patio door, 8 feet.
Sounds like 8 feet.
No.
My point is, I'm not going to go back and forth on this. We've all sat here for quite a period of time. My opinion, as one of the individuals who will be voting on this, is that the structure, the concept of the structure, I believe is successful for Mattocket. However, while the proportions of the original design were appropriate for its height, the scale of the fenestration is inappropriate for Mattocket. And the downsizing of the fenestration across the board and reducing the height overall to bring the structure into conformance with the height of similar one-story structures in Mattocket is appropriate. I am somewhat concerned about the connectors. If I were to review this again and the changes were made to bring the top plate down further across the board, to bring the fenestration size down to a maximum 7'6", I may not be as concerned about the connectors. I am not adverse to at least one of the gables forward to the north and the south being modified. And I believe if there is gonna be a walkout basement, with windows or not, that needs to be reflected in the drawings. The colors need to be corrected on the application, so that's consistent throughout in terms of the narrative portion. I wanted to ask Linda, Linda mentioned, would like this reflected in the minutes, that town council has provided opinion in the past that a lack of response is grounds for denial. I don't want anyone to read into that. That's information that was provided, and I would like proof of that. What else? I think that's primarily it for me. So I think.
Sorry,
Go ahead.
I know you don't want to go back and forth, but we really have a disconnect on the door and window schedule. It's on A1.1A. I think a lot of the units you were reading were either in the basement, but we did go through and we did change those per the comments at the last meeting. We were very upper left-hand
all
corner
look
of
like
this
8 feet
slide
to
that's
me.
coming, yeah.
Yeah.
So-
I'm sorry, Ray, would you repeat that?
No, I looked at the window schedule too, and they all look like 8 feet.
Yeah.
No, they're not.
A, F, I, 1, 4, 6. That's a lot of, maybe they're all in the basement. That would mean that like half the windows would be in the basement, but.
They are.
Just clarify that. I think.
Yeah, all the units in those secondary masses, we brought all those down to 7-foot headers.
Okay, so.
And the door.
7 foot is very helpful, thank you. I appreciate the clarification, Mark. I think what we would like is, what I would prefer is to have the entirety of the windows and doors brought down. And I'm not gonna repeat myself, but I'm gonna repeat myself because I think it's relevant. I'm not presuming that it's supported, but I think if you were to bring it back, it would make it much easier to finalize a review and approval in that form, as I'm suggesting. We do need to see 8-foot doors and windows in a basement are begging for reflection on an elevation, the appropriate, respective elevations, so that we can also then look at what are gonna be the walkout spaces? How is this gonna relate to the context of the structure overall? I can't imagine a 3-foot from the house towards the yard depth of a window well for an 8-foot tall window. So we need to see that to have a complete application. And I think it would be appropriate to hold for revisions. And although material revisions have been made, I think that we're at the point where we need to be moving on minor modifications after the next meeting in terms of like an Exhibit A level modification in order for this not to be subjected to the 3 strikes rule.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
you have a hand raised.
we're deliberating and.
Just wanted to let you know.
Unless it's a point of order, I'm not going to entertain further discussion from the public.
And I'll make a motion to hold for revisions.
Okay.
And I'll have the guest house, garage, and pool to track.
And the basement windows and doors shown on the plans?
Yeah, I mean, yes.
Okay.
Everything that was discussed at the meeting, obviously.
On your motion,
Aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye, excuse me.
Dale,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
All right, thank you.
And I just want to let people know we will not be repeating information that was presented in terms of public comment at the next hearing. All right. We are going to take a 10-minute break. And we
Is it
will.
here?
Yes, it's here. It's in the hallway. I saw them come in. are going to reading over here at. George, good evening.
Good evening.
Your board is myself, Jay, Abby, Angus, Connie, and your next application is.
Great. I'm gonna drive if I could, right? Are you looking at my screen or no? I have to share it, correct? I'm sorry? Gotcha. It says somebody else is sharing. No problem. We'll get there. How we doing? We good? All right, great. Thanks for having me in. Last we were here, 3 Nobodere Ave, which is on the, I guess would be the west side of Surfside as you're driving out. We were in here in February. We had a fairly eclectic design, and people were a little concerned about how busy it was. What I'm sharing right now is some photo exhibits that we didn't have in the packet before. Locust map just above. You can see our property is in the bottom, number 3. And then this is just an aerial view with our property highlighted. There's an existing house and shed on the property now that's already been approved for a demo or move off, and they'll be demoed. Moving on to the next, again, this is just a view of the neighboring property, and this is the property to the rear from where 3 is. And moving on, this is the southwest corner of the property. It's fairly rural in the back. And again, some additional shots on there. And then this is the view from Nobodere Road. You'll notice there's a large hedge that's there. We're not intending to remove any of that. We're keeping the curb cut exactly where it is. Obviously, this is a photograph from the wintertime, just some additional views of the existing building that will soon be gone there from Nobodere, just to put things in context. This is looking at the neighboring property to what would be the east. And then this is some shots of the existing dwelling, which has been there for some time, built in the early 80s, I believe, and fairly eclectic. Moving on from that, I have to get to, let's see here. I have to get to the changes. So, excuse me. So this is the site plan revised. What we did was we moved the property to the west here about 25 feet. This is again a view looking down Nobodere Ave. Our property and the curb cut that exists is right there in the lower left-hand corner, looking down. It looks like there's some kind of a paper street there, but you can see that after the 2 properties on the right-hand side, the road simply ends there. And then again, looking at the site plan overall, we have the footprint of the house. There's a separate application that's tracking for the pool and hardscape. And I'll talk about some of those things after the fact. Let's see.
Pretty good, George.
Exterior elevations.
I think we've looked at them.
Okay. All right, great. And well, I would like to point a couple of modifications out based on Holly's comments. The staff comments are helpful. We realize we get some modifications on the front. We have to trim up the rakes on the shed dormers, and we have to shift the shed dormer up slightly. So the meeting rails on the windows are aligned with the roof, not the bottom of the fascia. As is said, we do have an alternative for the front door that hopefully we can get approved through the staff. And then there are some shed dormers that I added on the garage. The big thing is we rotated the garage so that the garage doors are not facing Nobodere. They face to the east. There was a roof mass there. I was getting a little overdone with myself and put a shed dormer on that. And I think Holly's comments were correct, is that it seems to be swimming. It's on the other elevation. So you can see the shed dormer on what would be the garage on the left-hand side. I prefer to eliminate that or modify it.
I'm
So-
sorry, I'm gonna,
Yeah.
just, I mean, the changes are pretty evident. You did a wonderful job putting the previous and the proposed. I think you would probably benefit from us just starting to look into this,
Perfect.
okay?
Yep.
I don't want to dig into comments. This is, does anyone have any questions for Holly on her comments? Okay. Why don't we begin? The board is myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Connie, and Joe as an alternate should he be needed, just for the record. Ray.
I appreciate the changes. I think that getting rid of that bigger piece, sort of two-story piece, was a good idea. George, the only, I mean, this question isn't really even, I'm just curious, like this area between, let's see, on the north elevation, say, you have it on the north and south. Between the right-hand mass and the gable forward, you've got like this little indented piece. Is that just sort of to identify the former mass, or like the main, like I don't understand why that's there.
That's the main entry, Ray, and you'll see on the lower section of what would be the right-hand mass, that's forward. So what we're doing is just running that roof line across over to the side of the gable-facing mass and creating a little covered porch and, sort of an entry porch where the main door is.
Listen, George, I'm not going to belabor it because it really, at the end of the day, doesn't matter. I'm just curious, like, because you could have just run both of those walls across straight without having that little teeny tiny indent, but I'm not going to make a fuss over that. I'm fine with this, really. Thank you.
Angus?
Oh, yes. So I would feel a lot better about the massing of this if in this elevation, the north elevation, that ridge came about, within a foot of where the shed dormers are hitting it. And the front door just seems out of, like it looks like a side door. I mean, that center gable is really what's reading as the main mass because of the height of that center gable. So the placement of the front door and the door as shown catch my eye. And the north elevation I think is the most important one, facing the street. The other ones I'm not as concerned. I appreciate the change from the salt box or the 3/4 cape to an even gable in I think it's the south. Maybe it's that one, west. But the things that would normally be of concern, the French doors and the large panes, I don't think are going to be as visible as this massing is from the street. So that's where I am. Thanks.
Thanks, Angus. Abby?
Yeah, I still feel that the north elevation is my main concern. I think it's the one we'll see the most. I still feel the north elevation, the front elevation is chaotic. And to Ray's point, I don't quite understand why the dormer just doesn't become a part of that whole thing, why it sort of digs into the dormer on the left there. The front door doesn't make sense to me. It's like, it's not centered anywhere. It's not centered on that mass. It's not centered under the middle window. And then the dormers on the right don't really relate to the 3 little windows on the far left. The scale is so sort of I don't know, it's like they're not talking to one another. So I would prefer to see a little more symmetry in this. And I agree that that front gable, the middle gable, is just drawing all your attention. And yeah, I just don't understand that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Connie?
So I don't really have much else to add. I appreciate the changes. As everyone else, the north elevation, and my biggest concern is somehow, I don't know, trying to accentuate that front door. If it means a door change or moving it over, I just think it needs some more piece of, something more, I
Through
think.
you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, go ahead.
The front door has come up quite a bit. This is the door that we're proposing to change that to,
Oh.
which I mentioned in.
That's better.
So that's more of a shaker style 6 light. I don't disagree with
Better.
anything anybody said. Sorry. Sorry,
Okay,
Connie.
George.
Thank you.
Connie, anything else?
No.
Okay. So my principal concern is that, well, let me just back up a second. Anything before us in the evening is non-consentable. What that means is someone deemed that a majority of the board would not reasonably accept it. So here we are, and I'm more of the mind that if it's 85% perfect, that we should move it along, especially given locations and whatnot. In sensitive areas, it's a different story for me and a different perspective. Just as the facilitator of the meetings, I sometimes vacillate between letting people come here and be terrorized and go back and forth, or that we should try and, as a kind of prohibitive on them from coming and coming and coming to the meetings, and we, as someone likes to say, death by 1,000 cuts. So I guess what I'm suggesting is that a couple of different things. One is that, as I said, I appreciate the changes. This was deemed non-consentable. You modified it to a point that I believe is consentable. I don't believe it's perfect. I believe that it is not atypical for the area. There are large structures that are not symmetrical. This isn't downtown. It's not an off-street outside of town, or near town rather. I agree the front door should be modified. I have concerns about the 3 different planes underneath the revolving around the front door. You've got one to the left of the door, one at the door, and one to the right. I understand, I mean, look at the plan, but that needs to be simplified to 2 planes. Above the door needs to be simplified to 2 planes. Other than that, I have no concerns. What do we want to do, folks?
Has everybody talked?
Yeah, they have, no?
I would make a motion just to hold for revisions, just to see if some of the things we talked about, because we all seem to say the same thing, that we couldn't just.
I'd like to second that. Because I believe that this is approvable via an Exhibit A. I mean, really, for me, the only things that are warrant revisions, which can be handled through staff are via Exhibit A, are the style of the front door, which you've addressed, George, and this kind of quirky little thing, although I understand why you did it, I think that it would be much simpler if we got away from it. That's Stephen's point about the area to the left of the front door just being filled in so that it's all in the same plane. And that would apply to the second floor, and, if you want, it would also apply to the south elevation, which has the same thing going on. But I would be happy to, so there it is.
Just while we're on discussion points.
Yeah.
I didn't mention it. I think it would be appropriate to change the 12 pitches to 11s and the 11s to 10. And that addresses issues without altering the program, concerns that were brought up.
Yep.
And lowering the ridge heights and decreasing the distance from the ridge to the termination point of some of the shed dormers relative to the main roof plans.
Could I third that motion to, just for one?
Yeah.
I think for me, the chaos, if that front door were under that window, just, that would solve a lot of the symmetry for myself.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, just so I understand, you're talking about the window to the left of the shed dormer, Abby?
Abby is talking about, you're referring to Abby's comments?
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
referring to, I believe, which window?
In the far right dormer, the second floor, that the front door goes directly underneath that far left window. So something lines up.
We can move the door over so that it aligns with that window, if that's what you mean.
Yeah.
With which window?
That is what she means. With the first of the three windows in the dormer, the triple dormer
Correct.
above.
Yeah,
I mean, it is a logical.
we can do that without affecting the plan.
Correct.
So, Abby, are you good at maybe revising your motion to an Exhibit A?
Sure,
And
sure.
are you okay with Ray writing it up subject to?
Yes.
12s to 11s, 11s to 10s, the door slides to the right. Are we simplifying the planes and the facade, the front facade?
Well, that was your issue, so, and I kind of agree. It would tidy it up a bit.
Yep.
Okay. I think that was primarily.
The style of the front door.
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, the
It's
style of the front door
The
to,
cottage style.
cottage style 6-leg.
Point of clarification, is anybody opposed to removing the dormers over the garage?
Say what?
The left dormer over the garage?
On which elevation, George?
Right there.
Did you say
right there.
Okay, hold on.
opposed to? Sorry.
Guys, which elevation by cardinal points, because that's how we
North.
operate. when
The north
people don't have
elevation.
A pointer, okay. So you're saying on the north elevation, remove the dormer with the three triple gang floor lights?
Correct.
Okay. Does, Ray, I'm sorry, you go ahead.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Does anyone have a concern with that?
No.
And I fourth the motion for discussion.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I
Let's take the
appreciate,
motion off the table so we can just have discussion. Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm going to start writing these down.
I appreciate the offer of taking that dormer off. The shed dormers facing the street just, yeah, in general, I think are better on the back anyway. But that part where where those indentations are, it sort of feels like in that stairway, if there were another 4-light window up there, that would make more sense of it. Otherwise, I'm good with others' suggestion of bringing the wall across. But it also feels like that dormer on the north side, the flush dormer, feels like it's too far over towards the gable, and but most of all, it's that ridge height. If there's any way that could come down lower so that there's a little bit more articulation of additive massing, that would be my favorite part.
We have no problem adjusting the roof pitch to accomplish that.
So the roof pitch adjusted, I think we're good on the planes, we have consensus. The topic that was introduced was the door, and then the concept of jettisoning the dormer on the north elevation on the left. I think personally that's gonna imbalance everything, so I'm not in favor of it, but it's just me. And I think that given its location towards the end of a road, that it is what it is. So what do we want to do, folks? I'll entertain another motion from Ray. If you want.
I'm gonna go for a motion here, okay? It's gonna sound familiar. So remove on the north elevation the dormer on the garage wing. 2, reduce all the 12 and 12s to 11 and 12s and all the 11 and 12s to 10 and 12 roof pitches throughout. Change the front door to a cottage style door and have it align with the window that is slightly to its right above in the dormer. And remove the little indentation on the first and second floor to the left of the door. That's my motion via Exhibit A.
Thank you. On your motion?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, carries unanimously. On to the pool. George, I'd just like to see if you could speak to visibility on this.
On the pool,
Yeah.
we don't, and I have lost the share, so if somebody can share the site plan?
Yeah, sure. We're gonna activate Joe, in addition to the prior members, Ray's gonna sit off to write up the exhibit F.
I'll need the view packet put up if you may.
Yeah, oh, they're doing it now.
Yeah. I'll stop sharing. I'm not worried about the boat.
We've got enough.
The boat is fine. I can swim. No problem. So we don't think that the pool and patio in the back is going to be visible at all. It sits in behind the two wings of the house. The property is essentially a T-shape with the garage off to the side. There you go, right there. So Nobadir is obviously to the north, top of the plan as you follow the compass. And the pool and the patio in the back are going to be completely unseen from the street.
Yeah, I have a question for you. You intend to maintain the natural vegetative buffer that's approximately 8 to 10 feet tall?
That's correct.
That surrounds the west side of the property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does anyone have any concerns with our typical language, including that vegetative buffer be maintained, Abby?
My only question is about the fencing. I don't really understand. Does the fencing go around the whole property, or where does it stop and stop?
There is no fencing proposed.
Yeah, there's no fencing. It's a security cover on the pool. There's some old split rail fence that's around the perimeter on the west side of the property.
Okay, sorry, I misread the
Yeah,
drawing.
no problem.
The motion to approve with the, the aprons part of this?
Well, I'd like to,
Hold on one sec, please.
Yeah.
First of all, George, just be aware that an apron on a dirt road is not a requirement.
right.
But you're welcome to do it, but if you do it, we can't approve that portion that's not on the property.
Right.
So do you want to make a modification to this before we move forward?
The only modification that I'd like to make is we'd rather at the property line to border the crushed stone, crushed shell driveways, 3 courses of Belgian block horizontally across the property line.
Okay, so you've got an edge.
I'm sorry, so we have an edge on the shells.
He's just basically saying he's going to do 3 courses. That's it prior to that. Okay?
Yep.
So split rail actually doesn't come before us. Okay, so does anyone have a question on the modification of the driveway apron? Okay,
I do.
Joe?
Is it just from the property line to where,
Yes.
okay, yeah, no concerns.
Can we get somebody who would mark up an exhibit A to show as their motion being an exhibit A, to show 3 courses of Belgian block at the, adjacent to the property line within the shell driveway, and to annotate the application not visible at time of inspection or thereafter with the natural vegetative buffer to be maintained.
Yes, I can do that.
Excellent, thank you, Joe. Any other questions?
Aye.
Let's see. Angus,
Hi.
Connie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, so that carries unanimously. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks very much. Have a good night.
Okay, this is the point that we go back to the point that we have our Q&A for Holly, if we have any questions on her staff comments. And does anyone? So we can put Holly free. Enjoy her family and her dinner. Thank you, Holly. You're gonna move on to 88 Pocomo, and that's Matt.
I have one question for Holly, and that's
Go
about
ahead, Angus.
27 North Liberty Street, about the height of 15 versus 20.
Holly, go ahead.
Thank
Did you
you.
hear the question?
Something about the difference between the 2 heights?
Yeah, that's what I heard too. Angus, could you restate the question?
Oh, just that there was in your notes, it was about the reducing to 15 feet from grade. Uh, For us, the board at 20'6", as seen from North Liberty Street. I was just,
Holly, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So overall, my recommendation on the height was, since the proposed is 20 foot tall, it's 6 inches. The garage has to accommodate a drop in grade as seen adjacently on North Liberty, as well as from Lily Pond itself. So therefore, the height is actually going to be larger than, as proposed, than the existing structure. So my recommendation is understanding that there's basically a basement level, a first level, and a second story, to look at the difference between the two. So trying to adjust that accordingly because of the visibility and the view and what this proposes on the streetscape. So that was my recommendation. I hope that makes sense.
Thanks,
you,
Holly.
Angus, any other questions?
No, that's all, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Holly, thank you very much. We are gonna move on to, again, 88 Takamo, and Nat, are you set to present?
I am, Mr. Chair.
Please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for guest house at 88 Pocomo Road. There was you've seen this once before. I think the only comment you had asked for was a site section, which were provided on the cover page. There was a previous structure approved here. It was actually larger, so this is smaller, probably about 20%. Because there is a significant grade slope, we do have a drive-out basement, but anyways, I can just kind of run through the drawings if helpful. We are working with a landscape architect, and they've provided us a preliminary schematic, so we've included that as part of the packet. But the site section is accurate. And as far as the structure is concerned, there really were no requests for changes. The exterior trim details and colors are, they match the main house. So it's a gray sash, gray trim. I've also done some renderings here just to kind of show you how the grading works. These are obviously some renderings, but the driveway itself is a graded slope that kind of gently like transitions from the lower grade up to the main house elevation. And then in this lower section, this is where you have the more severe elevation change. And you can see that there's a series of retaining walls, which will be before you probably in the coming weeks. But the goal is to not really see the retaining walls and just to plant it and just have it look very natural. I think they've done a pretty good job with that. Also, we thought it'd be important just to show you the main house approval, just to show you how the roof pitches, exterior trim details, railing details are all correlated. There's another shot. This is from the driveway itself. And this is from the lower level, which we really don't believe is going to be visible from any public way. I have some printed copies as well, but I think that was all the board had asked, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Matt, I have a question for you. The retainage looks to be pretty extravagant, but this is addressing existing grade?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And also visibility is 0 from the street?
From Pocomo, yeah. I mean, you can barely see the driveway.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, Joe, and Connie as our alternate should she be required. Who'd like to go?
Stephen, could you check to see if your mic is on?
No, I didn't, but I appreciate you mentioning it. Thanks, Mickey. This is done.
Can I,
Right?
could I ask Matt a question?
Yep.
Certainly.
And Matt, I apologize if you already discussed this or mentioned this, but okay, so this lot isn't just sort of quadrilateral. It looks like it's got this sort of funky piece as you go out towards Pocomo Road, right?
Correct.
So it fronts on Pocomo Road, but like in that other piece. And then the drive comes in and rounds the corner to get to the garage.
Correct.
Yeah, so I see there's a proprietor's road that comes in, but that's a paper road that apparently goes nowhere. You know, it's a very dramatic, it's one of those things that you look at and, you know, sort of recoil because you're looking at a 35-foot high, relatively narrow building that's rather ornate. But I think that because of the configuration of the lot, it's, you're just not going to see that. So that's where I am. Thanks.
Thank you. Abby?
Well, we got a letter from the neighbor about moving flattening out the site. And I'm trying to figure out, like, where that concern came from, because as I look at this, yes, to Ray's point, it is dramatic, but it's below and it's hidden, and I'm trying to think from a neighbor's point of view, but I can't see really what the problem is. So I just wanted to bring that up because we all got the letter, so. But it seems like, you know, the size of the building seems appropriate, so I don't see the problem, so, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Angus?
For a garage, you know, when you look at that east elevation and it says 35.9, and I mean, that just sort of blows your mind to think about a garage being that. But because of the grade and how the edge of the cliff, the bluff, because this is set back from there. I'm not sure how much of this you'll even see, certainly from the water side, and then from the Pocomo Road side. There's so much vegetation that that I'm assuming is going to stay and get added to. So I kind of agree that this is not something that is a visual concern from a public way.
Thanks. Let's see, that's Abby, that's Angus, that's Ray. Joe?
Yeah, I think I have no concerns because of the lack of visibility. And I appreciate what could have been, I appreciate this design over what could have been the alternative, which I think would be the garage slides towards the main house and gets engaged with the regular ground plane, and this drive-in area is hidden even more. But then I think it gets bundled too closely together with the house visually, and the view from the water would be not as nice as what we've have now. So I also hope that the applicant's not going to want to look at a 35-foot tall garage when they drive in every day. So I think it'll be screened. Could there be the visibility caveat, just like we do for pools for this? Because I think that would be the only way that any of us would feel comfortable that that 35-foot elevation is invisible from a public way in perpetuity. I think the details match the house.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we're happy to do that.
Great, thanks. Yeah, my concerns are addressed. I've been out here, this is not visible. I think adding a big caveat is beneficial just for belts and suspenders. Do we have a motion, please?
I'd make a motion to approve as submitted with the visibility clause.
Okay, no visible time inspection or thereafter, no change from grade. Matt, you're changing the grade slightly on this as per the application, correct?
Yeah, but however, we've got it listed. And again, we'll be before you with a official landscape plan shortly.
And I second that for discussion.
If yes,
Just the visibility part. I mean, if you see from the grade up, from the first floor up, that's understandable. It's the whole, height from the bottom of the basement all the way to the ridge. So, I mean, this may end up being visible, but we don't want them to be in violation if like, the second floor is visible. Do you know what I mean?
That's a great point.
Yeah, I think it's a point, but I just want to be clear, it's hard to find the structure from Pocomo Road. This is down a road, that's a driveway that's caught up in scrub oaks and trees and vegetation, and I don't want us to belabor a point that we've addressed with a motion which is not visible at time of inspection or thereafter. We have a very long agenda, and it's not to shut anyone down, but we've addressed it.
Well, I'd be fine to modify my motion to say that the drive-under portion of the structure would not be visible. And that's it. That's the only concern.
Whatever you want to do, I just want to move it along.
Yeah.
That would be my motion.
Better safe than sorry.
Yeah.
Well, just to be clear, they're actually limiting what is limited to be visible.
We're okay with that, yeah. I mean, I see the point, yeah. We're totally fine with that, Mr. Chair.
So the motion is that the below grade area is not visible at time of inspection or thereafter. Joe, on your motion?
Aye.
Let's see, Angus,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Ray,
I'm not on it. Oh, yeah, I am. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Yes. Aye.
all right, and
Right.
I'm an aye.
Thank you.
Next is 36 Tennessee. And the board,
This is the one I'm not on.
Matt is myself, Abby, Val, Angus, and Joe.
Okay, with your permission, Mr. Chair, I'll begin. So you've viewed this or seen this, this is probably our third time before you. We obviously started off with a fairly monolithic footprint, if you will, and through the process, you've asked us to more dramatically express the additive massing, if you will. And so we've done that a couple different ways. One is by creating footprint changes so that the intersecting gables are more expressive, if you will, which I think were all great suggestions. We've made a number of changes throughout the process, but probably the most, at the last meeting, there was discussion about trying to create more of a break between the primary and secondary masses in terms of the height. So if we look at the south elevation, what we've done is we've dropped the two secondary additive masses by a foot. And I also know that the board had talked about massing in general. And, at one point we did actually look at an intersecting gable for the center mass, if you will. So instead of an eave facing forward, we would have a gable. And one of the reasons we didn't pursue that was that it looked a bit more pronounced. In terms of the Nantucket vernacular, I think that on the south elevation, we have a series of additive pieces, and, clearly this tells a story of later additions, if you will. But I also think there's like a certain level of austerity and calmness to the eave forward, and so that's why we stuck with that. But having said that, we were able to take a foot out of the two secondary additive pieces so that there's roughly a 2'7" change between the primary mass and the secondary mass on the left side of the south elevation, and a 1'10" elevation change between the primary ridge and the secondary ridge. The overall ridge height is 24.8, that's the highest mass, and then the two secondary additive masses are 22'8" and 20 feet respectively. We did change, there was also some discussion about the north elevation, the second floor deck, and we did a bunch of research of deck railing details. We felt like the vertical baluster with 4x4 posts and caps was a bit too traditional, if you will, and didn't really represent the Nantucket vernacular appropriately. And so we found a number of different examples, and this was one that we thought was really charming and I think indicative of Nantucket. Actually, it's a project Joe did, which our client really loves, so we just totally stole it from you, so full disclosure. But I do think that it definitely addresses some of the concerns that the board had about that detail. I'd also just reiterate that if you look at the north elevation, we've tried to minimize fenestration on the second floor. We've tried to stay away from ganged windows. So on the second floor dormers, those windows, like, we probably could have fit 3 mulled windows. We stuck with 2. The first floor fenestration, same thing on the first floor, additive masses. But again, I don't think the first floor is really going to be visible from anywhere, or really even anywhere from the deck above. Angus had suggested too, going somewhat of a solid rail, if you will, which we think this is to some degree. It kind of lightens up as it gets a little bit higher, but it does obstruct the visibility of those 2 flanking French doors. We've also provided some renderings, which you can see that we had done between the last meeting and this meeting. Again, this is the view from, this is the front of the house, but I just also reiterate to everybody, if you've had a chance to go out there, from Nantucket Road or the nearest primary road, you really can't, you don't even know that this house exists. But having said that, we do think that this, side of the house certainly tells that story of additive massing. Again, one other thing that I added, which is not on your drawings, is the addition of a chimney. In studying the original house, it did have a chimney, and we just felt when we looked at the renderings we did from the creek, that the chimney actually added, it kind of punctuated the roof lines, if you will. So we did add that. That's not included in the original submission. Again, side view, you can see how we've got these intersecting gables and kind of push that footprint so that these masses express themselves more definitively. Again, this is at grade, with your back to the creek. But again, I don't think this perspective is really visible from any public way, but still just shows you the additive massing. Same part of the property in the rear. This was a shot that we did from the creek. So this is obviously a rendered image, but we were able to take the GIS maps, our surveys. And so this is a very accurate representation. And we also included in the submission a site section that shows the elevation of the creek, the topography, and we've measured all the scrub brush to kind of see what those heights are. And so we feel very confident that this is an accurate representation. And this goes back to this comment about like the massing schematic. I think that the drop in height throughout the process that we've done, it still does show that there are secondary additive pieces, but there's also a certain calmness to it. It's not like overly ornate in terms of the cross gables.
Anything else, Matt?
Just this final image that just shows a comparative. This was the previous structure, and this is our proposed. So with that, look forward to comments from the board, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Matt. Let's see here. So there were comments from Holly. You all, I presume, reviewed those. And
Mr.
do we
Chair.
have anyone here?
Yes, Bruce Mandel.
Good evening, Bruce.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I'm obligated to make this brief statement to summarize the comments from the several members of our Nantucket Application Review Group, the former Nantucket Advisory Board to the HDC. Our previously submitted comments still stand. The submittal's seemingly non-responsive nature to Ms. Backus's staff review comments is not helpful. We're concerned with the several different representations about height of ridge from an undisturbed original ground contour elevation. While the variations may appear to be minor, the result portrays a tinkering with the vertical height overlay 25-foot maximum, especially now that there's a rather large chimney added to the components. There appears to be differing dimensions for ridge height above grade. For example, the north elevations of A21 is dimensioned on the right at 24 feet 8 inches. However, the base of the dimensioning is shown to not be made from ground level. There's no dimension showing that delta, but it scales at approximately 8 inches, which would exceed the limit. The same condition shows on the unnumbered south elevation proposed, where the same height is indicated at 24 foot 6, not 24 foot 8. The fenestration was supposed to change to 6/1 or 6/6, as mentioned in Ms. Backus's staff review comments, but still shows otherwise. The prior recommendations to reduce glazing appears to not have been abided. The proposed project is visible from public ways, and it's located in the heart of Old Mattocket, within Mattocket's Old Historic District. It's out of character for this rural, low-density, cottage-scaled Mattocket neighborhood, which is traditionally and historically defined as being subdued and of low scale. I'm finding my place. Oh, thank you. The issues with height seem to be an unnecessary, out of character grab for increased viewscape. We seek clarity on the heights above the undisturbed ground contour and having the other previously mentioned items addressed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Bruce. Matt, can you address the height for the benefit of the commission
Yeah, the height is 24, 8 inches.
from grade?
Yes.
Okay. And you would be comfortable if we include that in any future motion?
Certainly.
I thought so. Okay, and that's the highest point of the highest.
That's
ridge.
the highest ridge, yes.
Okay. Just making sure we're all on the same page. Okay, let's see. It is, again, myself, Abby, Val, Angus, and Joe, Val.
Okay, I appreciate the changes to the eave heights to indicate more additive massing approach. And the reduction in the wings, in height. I think that's very helpful. It does say 22, 24, 8 to the highest ridge, so that is on the plan. I also think the railing detail is appropriate for the area. And I have one minor comment, and that's on the south, which is what you'll see if you see from the road, where the now one-story right-hand gable mass intersects with the lowered now mass above it. And it almost touches the window there. That's in the dormer. Can those windows be separated? Or, yeah, that is my question. Can the windows be separated? I feel like as it is now, they look like they're sort of gonna intersect with each other. And, thank you for adding a chimney. I think that's great, even though it's not shown on this plan. I appreciate it, and I would want to include that based on the rendering that we see in front of us. That's my comments for now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Oliver. Angus?
Thank you. I appreciate all the perspectives and renderings and the section to the waters and get an idea about the vegetation and the screening. And I feel pretty confident that the fenestration that otherwise would be a concern on the first floor is not as much of a concern as the entirety of the second floor, which is 54 feet or something across. And I appreciate the breaking up of masses, but I've been talking about this, I think, every meeting about how the wings really aren't reading subordinate. All three masses have shed dormers. All of them share the same eave line of box. Well, nearly. They read that way, and the ridge lines are not, I don't think, varying enough to make it feel like the wings on either side are subordinate. I do appreciate the addition of the chimney. I feel like that accentuates the difference in ridge height between the east and the main mast. Um, yeah, there. But I, ideally, uh, there would be more, there would be more, um, uh, uh, there would be more of a difference, so that you could really read the middle of the house as the middle. It still feels like it's all one thing from side to side. That's all, thanks.
Thanks, Angus. Abby?
Yeah, so when you're looking from the water, is the chimney on the left?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes.
Okay. That really wasn't my question, but I just wanted to make sure, because I had to draw that into my head. But I wanted to know, what is the material below the two railings? Is that going to be shingled, or is that going to be painted?
That's actually just 1x4 horizontal painted cedar gray. So,
So the trim is you've called out white?
no, it's gray.
Okay, I think on the,
It may
application.
actually, that's the, it's,
I thought it was gray, but
yeah, it's
I
gray.
just.
This may have been the original submission, I apologize, but yeah, it's gray. It's all
I
gray,
think
gray.
I think it's a fine application for the balcony with the two railings, but I think the material below should be shingled, just so it disappears into that roof plane and not jump out with a soft gray. I find this not such a big departure from the older building, that if you look up from Hither Creek, it's sort of the same massing. In fact, it might have a little more differentiation between the three massings, as that one was just one mass, so I appreciate that. I just do kind of miss that light blue, but that's not for everybody, but that definitely is an old Nantucket color. Yeah, I think I'm good with this application, just with that minor, that I'm not sure about the 4x4s below the two railings. I think that might pop out and be too modern, looking up from Hither Creek. So, thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Joe?
Excuse me. Well, I think all of my concerns have been addressed. I think I might have mentioned, I've been on this site, and you literally have to bushwhack to get to the water. It's the setback, the wetland setback is right at the building. So this vegetation is just going to continue to grow. And I think it's the reason why we have an upside down house. And I think given that it's an upside down house, the amount of glass, I think, has been kept to a minimum. When you look at it in elevation, I agree with Angus that it feels like the center mass isn't accentuated as much, but I do believe that this oblique view is an accurate representation of how you're going to see this. The waterway is thin at this point, and you're not standing across there looking at this thing frontally. So I think that the 3D is helpful on this particular project more than others, even because of how you're primarily viewing it obliquely. And the chimney's a huge help. The railing detail, I appreciate you copying that from a precedent down the block. Now, I don't think you're gonna see it. And if it's painted out gray, it's gonna have as much of an impact, I think, as a shingled wall. And actually, the shingled wall, if it is visible, I'd almost rather see the trim, because you've got the bracketed balcony, and I feel like shingle railings can feel a little clunky. And a painted rail, I'm looking at Abby, the painted rail can look a little bit lighter. I think it'll have minimal visibility. And then, I don't think it's visible, but the gable that Val mentioned on the front and the tension that was created because you lowered the eave, I don't think you need to be rigid about the pitch there. If that 10 pitch changed to a 9 pitch and the ridge snuck under the eave,
Or lower the
then
plate.
or lower the plate, then that would go away.
Say that again, please, Joe?
This gable on the front that intersects the
Yeah,
eave,
yeah.
I think you could change the pitch to a 9 to mitigate that. I mean, you see a lot of those in Nantucket where a ridge doesn't just neatly tuck under an eave. It partially overlaps it and it makes it feel like it's been added onto over time. Val brings up a good point that you don't want it to look like it's intersecting the window, but I think you could adjust the plate height to mitigate that a little bit. But I don't think you're going to see it.
Thanks, Joe. Matt, I, have concerns I've stated about the project, the proposal. I think the approvability of this revolves around the lack of visibility from the street and the limited visibility from the waterway, subject to preservation of the vegetative buffer on the water side and the land side. On the water side, one would like to think that Concom regulations would address that, but apparently that's not always the case. So, and who knows, maybe with sea level receding, there'll be a little room to clear the vegetative buffer. So I'd want to have a vegetative buffer around the property to be maintained as existing at time of approval of the application. And I'm not going to comment on the rest of the architecture. I think it's not going to be visible. You're going to see the second floor up from the waterway, and that's primarily it. Do we have a motion?
I'd make a motion, but I do want to include Val's thought about the separating the two windows in that gable, because if that's okay with everybody.
Before you motion, would Val, just to move this along, Val, are you okay with the decrease in the pitch so that the windows, was it the windows and the gable interacting, or was it the windows?
Yeah, I just feel like there's a conflict there, so.
Decrease the pitch is acceptable to you
Yeah.
too?
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Abby, are you okay with that?
Instead of separating the windows on the second.
could I lower the plate through you, Mr. Chair?
Okay, so lower the plate?
Yeah,
Okay.
lower the plate just so it's consistent.
Abby, are you okay with
Okay,
that as your
yes,
motion? Okay.
yes.
So Abby's motion is Exhibit A with the south elevation rightmost single-story gable, top plate lowered. And did we make any other, existing vegetation to be maintained around the property as a condition of the approval?
That's my motion. That's my
Okay,
motion.
so on your motion, Abby?
I'm an aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Dale?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt.
Appreciate it.
Abby, you're going to rate that up?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And now I will pass it over to you, Ray. You are
Yep.
248 York.
Tori, you there? I think it's Tori, right?
She is, Mr. Chair.
She is?
Yes.
Okay. So while Tori's coming on, it's myself, Angus, Connie, Stephen has mullened in. 1, 2, 3, 4.
The 2.
Oh, and then you're in. Okay.
And I'm
So
here.
you got 5 people. There you are.
Great.
Okay, hit it.
Okay, so hopefully we are at our final resting place. As per the last meeting, as requested,
I
we've
don't
lowered.
necessarily want to be at my final resting place. Personally.
I mean, with this application.
Oh, okay. Thanks for clarifying. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
We've lowered the ridge heights throughout, 1 foot on the main ridge, 1'6" on the addition. We revised the slope of the roof and the dormers, going from a 9/12 to a 10/12 on the main roof, and from a 6/12 to a 5/12 at the dormers, which in turn adjusted the eaves. Lowered the main roof eaves by 2 feet, the addition by 2 feet 6, and the dormers by 6 inches. We revised the window size on the second floor, raised the porch roof by 6 inches, pushed the east addition further back off the main house front north elevation, and we've lowered the window header on the second floor, including the gable end west elevation by 5 inches.
That it?
That's it. I believe.
Okay, Tori, thank you. I
Yeah.
imagine everyone has read Holly's comments, and Mickey, are you there?
I am.
Okay,
Couple ones. If we turn to the south elevation, probably around the 14th, slide 14.
it is 14. Maybe 15.
There you go. So our only real comment is regarding those windows in the dormer.
Yeah.
The two light window, they're two light casements. They're sort of awkward. I think they should match the 3/3s below it. And then one additional comment is this: a chimney would be appropriate on this house also. Thanks.
Okay. Mickey, thanks a lot. Okay. If no one else is going to be speaking on this application, any hands raised, anything?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so then I'm going to turn it over to the board. You know who you are.
I'll go.
Thank you, Stephen.
Okay, so Tori, my comments are on the north elevation, the intersection of the covered porch and the first floor fascia are, it's just really atypical. It draws your attention to it. I think it would be beneficial actually to lower the, how do I want to say this? I guess the simple approach is to raise the roof, but that decreases the window heights, I think, in a way that isn't appropriate in the dormers. And so I think what I would say is appropriate is to lower that roof mass at the top plate where the beam is in the front, and at the rear at the front wall by 6 inches. And you may have to address an inset step, which would be atypical, but much less atypical than the detail we're seeing at the height of the intersection of the first and second floor. The only other comment I had was, I think Mickey's group mentioned, is on the rear of the structure, those dormer windows would go to a 3/3 double hung. Otherwise, I really appreciate the changes. I think that they're very beneficial overall and helpful to moving this forward. Oh, wait, I might have one more. What's your program on the interior of the, bear with me a second. That would be your east elevation. Okay, skip that. Go ahead. I'm done.
You're all set? Okay. And just to be clear, it looked like you were either looking for more differentiation or less, as in a broken back, to go from the porch eave, like straight down the roof eave straight down into the porch.
Yes and no. I'm concerned that if that turns into a broken back, you're going to have to increase the height of the beam where the, sorry, I'm not finding my words this evening, but you're going to have to increase the height of the covered porch fascia facing the street to raise the roof assembly, or you're going to have to increase the pitch. And I think in that location, a non-traditional pitch, which is to say a pitch that is greater than 412 on a shed roof, is going to look very odd.
Couldn't you just drop the plate on the?
I think you could drop the whole thing, but you're going to run into a situation where you've got, you're going to be at your 80-inch limit when you're trying to walk up the front steps, if I looked at the north elevation correctly.
All right, well, okay. Let's see what other people have to say. Who's next?
I could go. I agree with Mickey's comments on the dormer windows on the south. And the only thing I would add to that is that if you literally took those C windows and put them in the dormer, they would probably feel too small. So I think the idea there is that it should be a double hung 3/3, but the proportions don't, in my opinion, the C would be a little bit too small. My only concerns center around what Stephen touched upon, and I've been wondering what aspects of it trouble me. One is how the lower porch roof dies right into the eave. So I think you could have a 3-pitch porch and expose more of that eave, which generally would be more appropriate. The thing that it illuminates is the fact that the main eave then becomes broken. I would almost, broken by these dormers. I would almost rather there be a combination of lowering the porch pitch to expose the main building eave and then pushing these dormers up and back just a little bit. I know they climb up higher on the roof doing that, but then the eave of the main building would be continuous across that facade. Because when you lower the porch, then you're going to see that these flush dormers are sitting there with these windows that don't have the meeting rails meeting the eave line and all that. I feel like they should be set back like the ones on the south elevation. They don't have to be back as far as the ones on the south elevation, but just enough that the eave line could run through. I don't want to give conflicting information, but that's the troubling aspect of this, I think, is the porch interaction with the sills on those windows and the eave of the main mass. I'm not quite sure how to address it, and a chimney, somebody mentioned a chimney, that would be great.
Joe, thank you. Let's see. We have Angus and Connie.
I can go.
Connie,
I really don't have a lot to add. I think my concern, and it's always been my concern, is the overall mass of this building on this corner. It just seems, and I've always thought that it just seems a little bit too tall or too large. And, I do agree about the windows in the dormer, but again, that's still, I still think it's too tall for the neighborhood. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Angus,
I agree with, like, in this north elevation, it's just, it's a little troublesome. And honestly, as much as I, prefer smaller dormers, I feel like 2 is always an awkward number. It seems like 1 or 3 is better. And then it's I feel like there's even more attention drawn to it with the entry door sort of going into the void between the dormers. And I almost think that just a continuous dormer across there might help in some of the issues that we've been talking about with the eave, whether it's the porch roof running right into and breaking at the main roof, and there not being an articulated eave on either side, or have a continuous eave as was suggested by Joe. But I like the chimney idea in the middle, and just a continuous dormer across, at least on this north side, maybe not as much on the south. Oh, thanks.
okay, thanks. Boy, okay, so sort of a lot of different thoughts.
Yeah, I had a question, Ray, if it's okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Tori.
I believe it's to Steve. So you were focused, now that I've heard of everyone else's comments, on the porch roof itself, correct? Is where the transition
Yeah,
with your notes about the inset step and the lowering the porch roof?
yeah, I mean, that's one of the concerns is how you address it.
Yeah.
I think Joe.
Well, I can say that we're happy to do any or all of the suggestions. I don't know if we can get to an Exhibit A, but
Yeah. Well,
I
when I
like
look
the
at this,
idea of the continuous eave across the front, to break that up and maybe resolve for quite a few of you the porch situation. And maybe, I think it was Joe's suggestion to push those dormers up a few inches to accommodate that. I'm not sure.
well, Joe did suggest that. And then it looks like your windowsills are going to be quite high off of the floor. I mean, that's not our concern necessarily. But so my comment was going to be to actually raise, or no, drop the eave on the main gable such that it just touched. So we didn't have this issue with the, eave, with the gutter and all that stuff intervening between the porch roof and the main roof, that it would just be a continuous roof plane from which sprang two dormers. That was my solution.
I'd be fine with that too.
And does that get, sorry, a question if I may, through you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Does that get rid of the porch altogether?
No, 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 no.
Oh,
Look, you're 6 inches away from having a broken back roof there.
yeah,
And you can do a few things. You can raise the porch roof pitch, which to Stephen's point is, if you did that, then it's going to look a little strange in town, which I agree with. Or conversely, you can drop the plate of the gable so that, by 6 inches, and then your regular roof is going to come down. It's going to break right at the point where the dormers are at the exterior wall, and it's going to become the porch. It's a broken back.
okay, got it.
I mean, but that's my thought, whether, people agree with me on that or not,
Can I speak to that just for a second?
Yes, go ahead,
I
Joe.
think what I like about that is that the dormers don't climb up on the roof anymore, and they don't.
That's right.
So that's the benefit of that, and I think it would help to simplify it.
I have another comment too.
Oh, so you're done, right, Joe?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Yes, Stephen.
I agree with the solution that's been proposed. I think that's appropriate. I just want to focus on the north elevation. I meant to mention earlier. So the north, and it flows around to the east. The top plate height of the new addition gable on the left is I think too tall. The top plate height of the structure, the primary structure as revised is mitigated by the covered porch. The top plate height of the gable with the shed plane forward on the north elevation on the right is very small. Proportionately, the gable on the left on the north elevation imbalances the vocabulary. It doesn't look right. I'm not suggesting that there's much room to work with, but looking at the east elevation, the top plate of that window height is, the bottom of that is probably around 86 inches. So I think on the north elevation, the top plate of the gable addition on the left should drop a minimum of 6 inches.
That's fine.
I'm not sure we can do this through an Exhibit A. And I did just want to underscore something that Joe said, Mickey said, with respect to those two light things on the south, which is, yes, 6/6, but no, the C-size windows are going to be too small in there, definitely. They're going to swim. So you want to find a larger 6/6 that would be the same proportions as the C windows below.
And just
I think we
to
should.
clarify, Ray, you mean 3/3, correct? To match.
Oh, yeah, I'm
the-
sorry. I was saying 6/6, meant 3/3. Yes, thanks. I think we got to do this through a revision. I do.
So Tori, Ray suggested a revision. I think it's probably going to be appropriate given the location here.
Yeah.
You
Could I
probably-
just recap if I could before we go?
Sure.
Yep.
So 3/3 windows, appropriate size in the south elevation, second floor dormers. Drop the plate height on the addition to the northeast. Transition the connection from the main roof mast to the porch roof more successfully and try and get an eave all the way across, or do the broke back situation.
Right.
Does that sound like
Yep.
everything?
You captured it.
Oh, and add a chimney if we can.
Yeah,
Yep.
that was in there.
That's my motion.
Let's see. On the motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Joseph,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Thank you, Tori.
Okay, Tori, you're up on 30 Eel Point.
Yep, I'm ready.
Board is myself, Ray, Abby, Val, Angus. Alternates should they be necessary are Connie and Joe. And so you made some revisions here to one window?
Yeah, this is gonna be pretty simple, hopefully. So I'm sorry, Steve, Ray, Angus, Val, and Abby?
Yep.
Okay. So first and foremost, we were mistaken at our prior meeting getting into the ADU conversation. This will actually be the second dwelling proposed on the property. I've confirmed that the pool house and the garage are studios and the cat cabana is an open air structure. So the 900 square foot limit that we were discussing is not applicable at this point. Um, we, as I believe Abby suggested briefly, looking at the architectural features of the plans last time, we revised the double windows on the second floor gables to a single window. And we've really done our best to keep the height as minimal as possible on this structure. And we'll deem it barely visible from any public way, and all existing vegetation shown those will remain. And I believe that might satisfy your concerns.
Thanks, Tori. Does anyone have any concerns with this?
I do. I just have a question.
Dale?
There's still no site plan.
I
So
just
I don't
sent
know
it.
where on the lot it is.
Yeah,
I think the house, excuse me, the house itself is fine. It's just, we had no relationship between where it is and the existing structures on the site. And I
Yes, I'm
think
not sure, I'm
I
not sure
asked
who's
for
running
that, and I
through you, Mr.
didn't
Yeah.
get it.
Oh, hold on
So-
one sec, Tori. Just let Dale finish. She's put a lot of time into sitting here. Was there anything else?
That's it. I just have no idea.
Tori, you suggested
Yeah,
that
through
maybe
you,
a
through you,
site
Mr.
plan?
Chair, to answer Val, I sent an updated site plan from the surveyor. I don't know who's running the Zoom. I sent it to Kathy, Sarah, and Fiona.
If it wasn't attached to this, it's not included. That's
Yeah,
the
I'm not sure.
problem.
I just sent
Yeah.
it to them is what I'm telling you, if you wanted to pull it up.
Okay, so, before we, like, when did you send it?
At 6:15,
This evening?
because I saw on the view pack that it wasn't there.
Okay, yeah, we don't have, access to email from from this room to.
Got it.
members for security purposes, I presume, so we can't actually look at it.
If you wanted to look at the locus, I could answer Val's question as best I could.
Tori, I hate to say it, but I'm terribly uncomfortable, just as a matter of policy and procedure, of approving a structure without a site plan that indicates two dimensions.
Yeah, I understand. The site plan was included in the last round. I'm not sure why it missed it this round,
Okay.
but I
so
could tell you where it's going if it helps.
I think what we need, yeah, you can tell us, and then we're gonna need a plan, but,
Yep, I have one.
Tell us relative to the locus.
Sure, if you are can zoom in on the locus, there's a shed closest to Eel Point Road to the north of the pool and cabana. And this is proposed to go right where the shed is. We're gonna relocate the shed.
Okay, so we have a general idea. How do you guys want to proceed with this?
Mr. Chair, did
Yeah.
you want to see it on my phone?
Do you have the
Yeah.
site plan?
Thank you, Kathy.
If you hold it up in front of the projector, will it telegraph it through? I'll pass this to the right and then to the left.
Got it. Thank you.
And then we'll, and I'll
Sorry.
describe it for the viewers at home who are on the edge of their seat,
Sorry.
I
wondering.
can't quite see it.
This, is there somebody else talking besides Tori? Oh, Angus, I'm gonna describe it for you, and then you can decide if you want to vote yes.
I could share it too, but I don't want to waste your time.
Oh, do you have a share? Yeah, let's just share it, because I want to move this thing through if we
Okay.
approve it. Yeah. Who needs to allow her to share? Anyone? All right, Tori.
Tori, you're a panelist. You should be able to share.
Just open it? Okay, hold on.
You should be able to share.
You'd see the north.
Okay, now come here.
Sarah, you have to stop sharing, right? Sarah?
I understand. I just don't want to have to open it up again and spend 15 minutes getting familiarized with it. I think we should vote rules that there's a monetary penalty
if your application is incomplete, or you have to wait 6 years.
You should be okay now.
Can you guys see that?
There we go,
Tori.
yes.
Money issues are also.
All right, can you rotate left?
Yep,
Yeah, don't worry about it. You might have to
Uh,
rotate right 3 times.
I think I can. It's basically, can you see my cursor? It's right here.
Yeah, that's all right. I think that's fine to see. The problem is that it's not, although it appears to be to scale, relative to the other structures, it requires dimension lines perpendicular to the structure at 2 points
Yep,
to the property line.
yep.
So, I think what I'd like to ask is, first of all, does any member sitting have a concern with the location as proposed?
No.
No.
Is any member have a concern with a through staff approval subject to submission of this site plan? What's the date on this, Tori?
He just emailed it today. It should be today's date.
Oh, I can't read it from here.
April 8th, yep.
Submission of the April, and who did it?
Teddy King.
Submission of the April 8th surveyed plan, but to include 2 dimension lines to the property line from the proposed structure through staff. Does anyone have a
Great.
concern with that? Okay, so I think that
Thank
would
you.
be the motion if we were inclined to approve this. Don't anyone jump at the opportunity. Motion subject to site plan submission of the April 8th from Teddy King indicating property line, dimensions to the property line from two locations on the structure to the property line.
That's my motion.
Thank you, Abby, on your motion.
I'm an aye.
Val.
Aye.
Angus.
Hi.
Ray.
Aye.
I'm an aye. Okay.
Thank you very much.
I'll write, yeah.
Okay, so now we're on to 27 North Liberty Garage.
Mr. Chair, it
Yes.
appears that Michelle is not in the queue. although it's-
here.
Oh,
Hi.
oh, sorry,
How are you?
sorry. Never mind.
Okay, so Carrie is not with us tonight, right?
No.
Okay, so that would mean the board is myself, Stephen, Abby, Joe, and Connie. Last heard on May 28th. Okay,
Hi
Mike
there.
is yours.
I'm Michelle Kolb, and I'm addressing some of the comments from the meeting on 5/21. And one specifically was showing the house the garage in relation to the house, and I've attempted to provide a rendering of that. The roof slope was a comment, and that's been readjusted from a 12/12 to 12/9. The garage doors are now indicated as tongue and groove vertical. The rake and trim details are standard as per building with Nantucket in mind. And the foundation has been revised to brick versus rubble. That's visible, the part that's visible. And there was a change on the side elevation to 2 windows instead of 3, and 2 additional windows added in the lower portion of the garage. I've shown a garage around the corner at 13 Woodbury for precedent. It's virtually almost identical to that garage. And the overall height is 20 feet from grade. That's it. Thank you.
Mickey,
Yes. Okay, so our biggest concern with this, I mean, yes, we have comments about the architectural details, but the siting of the garage this close to North Liberty Street is not appropriate in this sort of streetscape. There are no garages this close to the street in that area. you know, there is room, if you look at the site plan, there is room to slide the garage closer to the house and further back and still stay out of the wetland buffer. So you could get it further away from the street if the owner, you know, chose to do that. In terms of the look, it's too tall. It's due to its proximity and visibility next to the historic house. It should be a one-story outbuilding, not a two-story garage apartment. The window proportions are out of scale, and using the Woodbury Lane garage is a precedent. It's a very different context on Woodbury than this location, so that seems inappropriate. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Mickey, thank you. Who would like to begin? Assuming that there's no one else that wants to speak on this, we'll go to the board members.
Can I just comment on this?
Generally, we don't
Okay.
comment on the advisory. I'll let you comment after the board
Okay,
has spoken,
thank you.
okay?
I'll go.
Thanks. Yep, Stephen, go.
I think it's a handsome structure, but I don't think it's appropriate in this location relative to the house. I think it's much too tall, it should be a single story. And, that's it.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Let's see, who's next?
I can go.
Abby.
So, yeah, this is on my dog walk, and.
That dog walks all over this town.
Yeah, that dog is walking.
One walk dog.
It's a highly visible site, as you're coming down North Liberty, and it's at the entrance of the lily pond, so it's very visible. You know, of course you know it. So it seems a little out of proportion when I think about the little building that it's related to. It's almost seems like it's taller than that, but it might be where it's sited. I think the flush dormers are inappropriate, especially as you're coming down the street. That's what you're going to see. And I think the building reads too vertical, sort of got that rocket ship going on. And I think moving it back on the site would be a better siting for this garage. And it brings up a question for me about both buildings on this site. It's going to have gray trim, is that correct?
Yes.
So the front of the house, of the old house, of the main house, is painted white, and the sides are gray. And the gray is fine, because that sort of melds in, it's softer, and I think that would be appropriate for the garage. But the front of the house is white, and I've started to see this happen, and where the corner boards are two colors. And I don't understand. I just want to stop this trend if it's starting to happen. But anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. That leaves Connie and Joseph.
I can go.
All right.
I agree with what's been said. It's definitely too tall of a structure for this neighborhood. Thank you.
Connie, thank you. Joe?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the rendering, but I think that the trim details, whatever the structure ends up being, should match the main house and also the color. Regarding height, a couple thoughts I had. I do share the concerns about height. One thought is whether or not the second floor, as you look at the north elevation, does the second floor gable get pushed back 2 feet, 2.5 feet, 3 feet, so that you get a shed roof over the garage? That would mitigate the visual height. I also think Abby's suggestion of dormers that aren't flush would also help mitigate the height, because you'd have a continuous eave line on the side elevations. I do think, moving it back from the street would be great, but it looks like if that were to happen, you'd actually have to get closer to the house. And I actually think having a buffer might help. Having a buffer between the two structures, I think, would be best for the streetscape. I think, I mean, this is a drawing comment, but relates to trim matching, like the trim on the windows feels underscaled, and I think that they should match. I don't think that's a reason to hold up an approval, but like the side elevations, the windows are rendered differently than the gable end windows. And I think just that kind of cleanup could help. I think that's it. I guess that's it. Yes, thank you.
Joe, thanks. And yeah, it does sort of underscore a few things, like the windows on the sides are very tall, and I'm not seeing those on the house at all. So to Joe's point about this going back to the house, like for example, the roof pitch, I don't know what the roof pitch is on the main house, but you're showing a 9 and 12 here, so it'd be best if they agreed with each other. The overarching comment, which has already been made 4 times, is that it's too tall. I think I'm in Joe's camp in terms of its proximity to the road, given that to get it further back, you'd have to push it closer to the house, and I don't think that would be great. Why, did the board have an objection last time to a rubble foundation?
There was a comment about the authenticity of some house that was done in rubble. I think the intent wouldn't be to affordability to be able to do it in real rubble. And I guess it would be a rendered rubble. And I think if there is an acceptable rendered rubble, I would go back to the rubble.
It just seems,
I mean, I don't know
personal
what
taste,
that
but I think it would be
reference was.
less formal, more rural, you know, I mean, North Liberty was a kind of a farming area. I don't know, I think that would be more
I'm
appropriate
fine
in this
with
particular
that.
case, but no one else has mentioned it, so I don't know where that would go. But the height of the building is the biggest one, and biggest one for me.
Can I mention a couple other things?
Yes,
Just
go,
while we're on
Stephen,
this?
yeah.
So, trim was brought up. I want to further explore that just a moment. Such things as box soffits and gable ends and the rake boards are plumb cut versus square cut on the house. The window light proportions were mentioned. I think those details need to match the house unless this is kept over here and it's meant to be a separate building. And then I'm not really sure that I would agree with Mickey's group that having this near the street is inappropriate. So the end result of moving this towards the house, and then moving this towards the house, the concept of this being a separate entity type structure, so it's different, kind of goes away. So I think that re-emphasizes the comments that were made about matching details, and I wanted to elaborate on some of the other details that weren't covered.
So, thank you, Stephen. You were in several years ago for your house, so you have those drawings.
Sure.
Would you mind just including them with your next version of this? So that we could just say the roof pitches are the same, et cetera, so that would give us a degree of comfort, I think.
Sure. And match the detail and windows size
Yeah,
of what
well,
was
like the same
existing.
sizes and that kind of thing, yeah.
I
Okay,
had one more thing to.
Abby, go.
Okay, I'm just saying, on the east elevation, which I think has the 4 windows on it, I think,
Oh,
the east elevation,
can sorry, it's actually the west elevation. So if north faces the road, the one with the 4 windows is west. So we just should relabel that because the door side is east.
Okay.
Go ahead, Abby, sorry.
okay, so, well, if you're coming down North Liberty from Gardner, are you going to see those 4 windows?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think for a garage, that's a bit, I mean, I
Well,
think
that point was made. That point was made.
simplify the windows.
Yeah, they're quite large.
Yeah, simplify them and maybe reduce the number of them.
Okay, so.
Shall I make that motion? Motion to, hold for revisions.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Let's see. On that motion, Stephen? Aye. Joseph?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
I didn't even need to do a voice vote. I'm in favor. Thank you. Thank you very much.
When you say Stephen and then you say Joseph, I want to vote twice because I'm Stephen Joseph.
Are you?
So you've done that a couple of times.
I'm Raymond Joseph.
You are. Well, there you go. Hey, Joe. Hey, Joe.
We're the club. Okay.
The couple of Robert.
Robert.
That's my brother's. And wait, what was your? I'm teasing. I was just saying, what was your middle name?
You'll remember it now.
I will. 85 Orange Street. Okay.
Yes.
Chris, good evening.
Good evening.
It is Chris.
Yes, it is.
Excellent. We know each other.
I've been here too many times. You've learned we're on a first name
You
basis.
said it, not me. Okay, why don't you briefly run us through the changes you made? We can see the upgrades to the drawings. There are a couple of issues still, but these are still better than they were, so thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Comments made from the board last time, we adding sills to the windows to eliminate the picture frame windows. Added the window manufacturer to the window schedule. Added detail to the stoops to match the historic picture provided on the plan. Added hip roof to the west and north ridges where recommended. Widen the roof walk 12 inches, 6 inches in each direction, and corrected the north elevation labeling that was previously labeled south. Would be the major changes.
Okay, thank you. I want to do a couple things. One, clarify your board is myself, Angus, Connie, and Joe. And that is for all three of these. And we had Holly's comments. And Mickey, does your group have anything to add?
We do. Stephen, I think your mic still might be off.
Oh, I'm just sitting far away from it.
Okay, that's it. Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. So our comments are, so the proposed fronts, this is a couple detail issues. The proposed front stoop railings are very unusual and should follow traditional designs with balusters rather than shingled sidewalls. I know they're trying to match what's in the photograph, but those just are not appropriate. The secondary stoop is really wide and awkward and should be, there's no real detail on it. That needs to be looked at also. The roof walk is too large left to right, maybe not front to back, but side to side, it's too wide. And if it's also probably not appropriate to have a roof walk on this building to begin with, but if it's approved, you need to show a hatch to access it, and that would be on the back of the house. So the proposed additions, if you can go to the north elevation, please. There you go. Okay, so this is basically the same thing we looked at last time, except that the roofs, the two additions, or the gable has changed to a hipped roof. So it's kind of the same thing. The proposed additions are not typical additive massing. They exacerbate the already tall and long existing additions. Appropriate additive massing would be lower and of smaller scale. If the new additions were one story with shed roofs, they would mitigate the long expanse of two-story eaves. And introducing hipped roofs onto this gable structure is inconsistent with the existing vernacular. In building with Nantucket in mind, it states that roofs on additions to existing buildings should be appropriate to the period and style of the original structure. The roof pitch and detailing of an addition should be compatible with the main roof. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mickey. Let's see, who would like to begin? Pick someone.
Sorry, I was just running back and looking at Holly's comments too.
Sure, yeah, no, I get it. Connie, you ready? I knew it, you looked ready.
I was just looking at Holly's comments too. I mean, I see this every day, every day. So I mean, I was always teetering about the roof walk appropriateness, but, you know, I don't really have a lot to say about that. Not sure if I'm just worn down or I just think this is looking okay. Thank you.
Fair enough. Let's see, Joe.
I was wondering the same thing. No, in all seriousness, that was partially serious, but in all seriousness, that has come a long way. And I think the overriding, any kind of emotion, I think would need to include replicating the trim details that are on the historic building, because there's like a head casing detail that's shown, and same thing with the stoops that are drawn a little bit. I mean, they're peculiar to begin with, but you're trying to replicate what was there. So I don't know if I want to go down the rabbit hole with how to finesse those drawings to make them match, but if it were up to staff to make sure that they made them match, then that somebody could scrutinize them a little bit more detail and come to a resolution. I've been going back and forth on the hip thing because it was suggested last time, and the existing north elevation, when I look at that, that's a wall. It's a wall of building that's existing, and it ends in a gable. And I have to say that it feels more natural to have it terminate in the hip, even though it's existing as a gable. And there is a hip that's on the building on this north elevation, so I don't see it as a completely foreign element. I really I wouldn't have any doubts about supporting this if there was a single story mass somewhere on this building versus it all being full two-story. I say that, and then I go back and look at the existing building, and the existing building is all two-story masses. So at the end of the last meeting, I had to go back and think, this property has been so poorly maintained and has been an eyesore for so long, and it's got such great potential. And I do feel like if this were approved as drawn, it'd be not only a vast improvement over what's there, but it'd be bringing back some of the elements that have been stripped away as well. And the exterior stair being eliminated and all that. So I feel like we're at a net improvement overall on the structure.
Thanks, Joe.
Those are my comments. Thank you.
Angus? Angus?
He's muted. Angus, you're muted, friend.
My concern still is mostly with the addition. I think that there's a good suggestion of doing a shed roof, which is more typical on a one-story addition. But it's already sort of an awkward gable that extends. The only thing that makes it more palatable than this is that it's set back so much further. But now this is projecting north in the massing, and so the length of it is awkward, and then the bump out that is shown hipped that was gabled before really feels more civic or commercial than residential. It doesn't I can't really think about, other than like inns or, other things that aren't houses that have this sort of detail. If it were hidden back, with a tightly, snuggled building next to it, it would be one thing, but this is, so highly visible. And so yeah, I think that the massing still needs to be addressed, and I agree with Mickey's comments about, uh, following the guidelines and sticking with the, the vernacular roof, which is a gable rather than a hip. Sometimes it's like a porch, a one-story porch that, is a later addition with a hip, but this two-story introduction of the hip seems out of place. And the roof walk, I still feel, is sort of exacerbates this already awkward dichotomy of the two resident structure. It's quirky in itself, but unless there's historical precedent for it, I just think it makes an already awkward situation worse. That's all. Thanks.
Thanks, Angus. So I just wanted to get a clarification on the proposed east elevation. Is the primary existing structure roof being shortened left to right?
Where shortened, no, it's remaining as is.
Because this, if you look at the existing, before, your roof mass above and to the right of the door is at least 5 feet closer to the right. So if you just line this up. I don't have a piece of paper, but if you do it on the sheet here, and you just run a vertical line up, you're, well, not 5 feet, you're probably 2 feet. Your roof plane is foreshortened in the after by a couple of feet. So that exacerbates the perception of this roof walk being what it is. So that needs to be addressed. I don't know which is incorrect, mind you. I have a feeling that it's the after is correct and the before is incorrect. You know what I'm looking at?
I do.
Okay, so that's that. I think the roof walk as proposed is a little too wide, by maybe a foot, because it's also very shallow from the street towards the backyard. Joe's comments, I agree with wholeheartedly. I want to emphasize the couple things. One, removal, this is basically what's being proposed takes what looks like it was turned into tenement housing and turns it into what looks to me to be a single family home with a couple of atypical details. Those atypical details extend to the front stoops, which are historic and I think are appropriate if they're referenced to be built to replicate the prior existing in the images. I agree with Joe. I'm not interested in kind of trying to design those here at the table, but I think so long as they replicate the images and they're inspected as to replicate it, then, we're looking at a picture, staff goes out, they look at it, it's the same, everybody's happy. It's not the same, you got to rebuild it. I think the extension, the concession from you guys is going to be that you will there's plank frame detailing on the window trim. I think that's appropriate. So that's some of the, let's see, replicate the trim and stoop, exterior trim and stoop. The rail entry, I don't think we need a rail entry there. Height-wise, you're not going to require it under the building code to replicate what was there. The roof walk, I mentioned. The secondary front door, the frontis is pretty close to prior existing, but I'd want it to match. I don't disagree with the concept on the, let's see, the north, well, it doesn't matter, north or south elevation. No, on the, bear with me. Which one am I looking at? There it is, the north, where that second story hip. I think that's somewhat atypical. I think it's a vast improvement over what prior existed. And I think the hip introduction at the rear of the L that appears to be original or thereabouts is, it's acceptable, and you'll find examples of that if you walk around downtown. You're not gonna find that on every L, but you'll certainly find it, especially on the back of several homes on Orange Street that are viewable from Washington Street. On the south elevation, the elimination of the steps and the tenement steps and deck, I think, is very advantageous, as well as normalizing the fenestration. And what I would suggest is that there would be a hip roof covered over the door, something along those lines to break up that space. And it pulls in that hip element again, just a small appendage, nothing major. Other than that, what are the colors?
Quaker gray.
Okay. I don't know what the flip, Joe?
Oh,
Connie, next.
Oh, go ahead. You want to go, or?
I was just going to, Mr. Chair, a clarification on the stoop, not the one that's enclosed, the other one. Is it going to replicate what was there? Because that one looks a lot longer.
Yeah, our intent was just to replicate the picture to be historic.
Okay.
To be honest, we are rather neutral on what we do there, so whatever you guys deem appropriate, we're happy to do.
Okay, thank you.
Joe?
Yeah, it's funny that you say that, because I was looking back at this and thinking, the whole time I was mentioned stoop, I was referring to what I would consider the primary mass and overlooked the extra wide stair over there to the right, which I think should be brought in. I suppose that's somewhat contradictory, but it looks like that used to be like a warehouse of some sort that people would unload things onto, and it was like a commercial and residential structure. So what I wanted to comment on was the north elevation and Angus's comment about the hips, and thinking about this, when you're looking at the north, I could see this gable that's coming out being, excuse me, that was a Freudian slip, the hip that's coming out being a gable, because it brackets this infill addition, which is actually a shallower pitch, because I think, thinking about this roof, if it's a hip roof as drawn, and it wraps down along the infill, then comes out towards to the north, and then goes back, you're gonna end up with this pitch change, because either side of that are not in the same plane. I'm looking at the north elevation and the roof plan at the same time while I'm saying all this. And I think that's an argument to make that a gable, which would sort of be a smaller version of the gable that's already there.
Joe, can you clarify that? Because I'm
Yeah.
seeing the existing north is at 6 and the proposed hip is a 6.
This, see that
Yeah.
piece right there?
Yeah.
That's here.
Yeah?
And then this and this are not the same pitch, because that one is only that wide and this one is that wide. So this is a shallow pitch in here. That's a 4.5 pitch. And this pitch is steeper, I think.
Okay, it's labeled as on the existing north elevation, it's labeled as a 12.6. I mean, just, Chris, can you clarify?
The 6 is for the left side of the now hip roof, which was a gable on the addition bump out.
Yeah.
That
On the existing
shallow,
north
steep.
elevation indicates that the L
Goes
is
this
at
distance, that goes that
12.6.
Yes, correct.
So,
Yeah.
so I just wanted to understand what you're saying, but he's saying the existing is a 12.6. That segment in between.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know if
just,
that roof plan is
it's hard for anybody else to see this, but this is an infill here. And that distance from that eave to that ridge and this eave to that ridge, these eave lines are the same and that ridge line is the same. So this pitch's got to be twice as shallow as that. It goes more than double the distance. Yeah, that goes quite a distance.
More than twice.
Yeah, so that section through, and so looking at that, I mean, I think it's okay to have sort of an infill pitch, but to have that roll into a hip as it goes around, I think that's going to be a very peculiar transition and would probably be more appropriate as a gable. Makes me concerned as I verbalize all this. Like, really want to see a 3D view of that thing, because it is the corner that you're looking right into from that lot.
Which side are you saying? The hip, the proposed hip, or the existing gable? Because that infill is gonna be the same. So my level of comfort was that that is actually exactly the same on the left and the right.
This and this?
No, on the infill, on the left, on the gable,
Sorry.
along the front.
Yep,
Yep.
that
No,
and that.
that valley and the valley on the right-hand side are gonna be exactly the same. Whether that's a hip roof or a gable.
That's right, yes. That pitch and that pitch are the same. It's just this pitch and this pitch are not the same.
Right, okay.
So they're twisted, and I think having that be one continuous hip as it wraps around there is gonna feel a little peculiar. And I think that that's an argument to make this a gable. 'Cause then you'd have two gables with a shallower roof pitch in between it, kind of like a cricket in a way.
But then does that change, that doesn't actually change the concern you have that that pitch on the same plane, they're not coplanar, but they're in the same.
I think it not being a shallow pitch is going to transition to a steeper
Gotcha,
pitch.
okay.
You definitely.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I understood
Yeah,
your point.
but I think when you look the way these hip roofs are connected together, it implies continuity all the way around, and it isn't that way. And to me, a gable visually breaks that and kind of justifies the shallower pitch that exists between the two. That's a very long way of saying that I think that the north elevation would be appropriate to have that north-facing hip become a gable and trimmed like the existing one that's there. And then I think if your trim details match the existing historic photo on the east elevation, as Steve alluded to, like plank frames, and there's a head casing detail. I don't know that that detail follows around the entire building. It actually looks like even in the historic photo, the head casing detail changes. So I think it's important that that east elevation match the historic photo.
Thanks, Joe. Anything else?
No, that's it. Thanks for letting me
How
speak.
do we want to encapsulate this? Do we? First of all, I want to get clarification from Chris. On the east elevation, the roof plane as shown in the after, the correct, remember we were talking about the width of the roof plane on the primary structure?
Yes,
Is the after the correct
it looks to be, yes.
representation?
Yes.
Okay, so then that informs us on the roof block.
Yeah.
What are you guys comfortable with? How do you want
Well,
to proceed?
I do think that you make a great point about this east elevation, because you look at where the windows sit, these relative to the corner, and that's different. And if you look in the photograph, it appears to be closer. So it looks like the previous, the existing fenestration location matches the photos more than the proposed. And I think that for me I think we need to hold for minor revisions to go back and correct those things. It's just enough.
That's fair. So I think what I'm going to do is try and summarize this. You guys tell me if I'm missing it. We need to be crystal clear that the after east elevation primary roof mass is accurate when you return. And these are modifications that will be the basis for the approval. I'm not going to address anything on the trim on the south, on anything. I'm just going to do a global comment on that. On the west elevation will be modifications as a result of a modification on the north elevation, which is the two-story hip facing the north will turn to a gable, the same roof pitch. And other than that, globally, we want the trim, window trim, door trim, including the plank frame where shown in the imagery, to be replicated, the front stoops to be replicated. I will go so far as to say, I'm going to belabor this, I apologize, but this is a very prominent location. That Jolly Green Giant stoop into the second door, I would be just as comfortable seeing the shingled stoop entry to the main door, that be replicated at the option of either us or the applicant, but I don't want to, I'm not saying that unilaterally. What do you guys think? I mean, there's historical precedent for both, but the double step on the secondary entryway is so atypical
Yeah, I think that could go away.
that they could do what's on the other entryway. You catching that?
Yeah, totally fine.
Okay, and I think that, oh, and Mickey had mentioned something about a hatch. And I'm not seeing that. Did I miss that on the drawing?
No.
So there would be a hatch on the rear side, plank frame covered hatch to the roof walk. Because otherwise it's ornamental, and then why have it? Right?
Yeah.
Those, did I capture it? Angus, do you have anything?
Could that, thanks, could that stoop that we're talking about with the little walls, could that be vertical boarding? I mean, I'm trying to like expand on the photograph, but that seems like it would have been more the material use rather than shingles. I don't know. Can you tell?
I don't know, other than it almost looks to me like there's horizontal lines, and that it would have been, it's hard to, like, depends on how far you blow it up and then you lose detail.
And my only
Almost
other
like it was-
comment is about the Jolly Green Giant steps, is that those wouldn't meet code. So, what is it for?
So on the first point, I would suggest that those are probably horizontal plank, because vertical plank, I don't think I've ever seen vertical plank on a historic structure. So trim, unless it's like a barn, these would be horizontal if they're plank. So I personally don't have an issue with that being one or the other. I think it's kind of up to, let's make a determination. The other thing we want to determine is, are we going to put the water board on it as shown in the existing? Like, we're going to ask them to replicate the trim, so we're asking you to replicate the trim.
I like that idea. I think that's
Is
appropriate.
that consistent with your guys' thoughts?
Yes.
And I think we're comfortable with the concept of, well, I know we're comfortable based on the consensus so far, that the Jolly Green Giant step goes away and the other stoop could be replicated, and that, why don't you bring it in as, we'll make the determination of the board materials and orientation at the next hearing. And it'll give everybody a chance to go out and look around. Fair enough?
Yeah, and I've kind of put together an Exhibit A, but it's not an Exhibit A for an approval. It's an Exhibit A to help guide the applicant.
So the motion would be to make revisions per Joe's Exhibit A. Is there a motion, Joe?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, thank you. On your motion,
Aye.
let's see, Connie,
Aye.
Angus,
Hey,
nay or yay?
this is a Exhibit A to be.
For revisions for us to, we're encapsulating the discussion we've had into an Exhibit A for revisions, not Exhibit A for approval.
Got you. It's just the massing on the north side, so I guess I'm an A.
Okay, so, and I'm a yes on revisions per the Exhibit A. And homework for us is to just kind of give us some thought to that little stoop.
Stoop, big
Okay.
stoop, little stoop.
That stoopity stoop. Okay, 3 in favor, 1 against for the record, Angus. I think what's fair to now move on to the rear hardscape. You were gonna do some revisions.
Yes. Living room.
Can you pull that up? Are they on the same, they're both on the same sheet? Can we review
No,
them
we,
together?
we
You
split it.
separate them, okay.
Yep. Start with
You're ready.
85R. Yep, you're good. Made some changes, a couple details where we hid the other section of the lot. We reduced the amount of non-permeable surfaces, adding shell into the squares seen in there. Other main comment was to add a gate, add some brick and detail in front of, on the Cottage Street side, and then reduce the amount of brick on the driveway, creating and adding shell in that location.
Okay. Let's see, you've got Holly's comments. Mickey, do you guys got anything to add?
Just a little bit. So the two driveways, and I'm looking at both of these together because you kind of have to. They're side by side. The two driveways are both proposed to be shell, and they're both pretty wide. So it's going to present a pretty considerable amount of shell, which is a pretty bright. If we're talking about clamshells, it's a pretty bright not reflective, but it's bright. So I think it'd be appropriate to have one of those be a different material, whether it's brick or pea stone. I don't really care. And then the other comment on this one, I think I'm fine. It's just the driveways. The other one, when we get to it, I'll have, I guess, comments on that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Who'd like to begin?
Sorry, I'm in the middle of this thing, okay. Who's on this?
Same board.
Angus, Connie, Joe.
Angus, Connie, Joe.
I mean, I can go.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
pick
Connie,
Connie.
Oh. I agree with what Mickey said, but I do think this driveway looks awful wide to me. I guess I'm looking at the first one. So I don't know what the thought is, if it's for how many cars or turnarounds, but it does seem kind of wide. And if it could be too contrasting, I think that would read a little better. Thank you.
Thanks, Connie. Joe?
Yeah, we're looking at the front one, right? Yeah. I know we touched on this at the last
We're
meeting.
on the rear right now.
Oh, we're on the rear
sorry,
one?
Yeah, rear. I opened the front one.
Well, they're kind of contiguous, but,
Yeah.
yeah,
Take your pick.
well, to follow up with what Connie just said, I think it does boil down to a lot of brick all connected along that street. And I think that, I'm just going to pull up this rear one to see if, oh, you have done, okay, you did change this a little bit. So this one's shell, and then you've switched to brick on the front part of the property?
No, I think they're both shell, right?
Correct.
So can I just get a clarification? So Chris, you basically, what you're not showing, because you've separated these, is you have a brick apron that runs the width of both driveways. The driveways are shell, other than the apron, and they're separated by a brick walkway, correct?
The brick walkway through the driveway and then the hedge between the two driveways.
Okay, I'm not seeing, can we zoom in on the, up here? This portion? So what I'm seeing is brick apron that runs across the other drive, shell, same material, hatch here, which is the other driveway, which is shown in the other plan, and a brick walkway.
Yep.
That's a concern, but I wanted to make sure that that's what we're looking at.
Yeah, I can
Joe?
see, well, I can see why you split them up just to try to make it clearer, but I really do think they ought to be shown together, and one of them's grade, just to make your life easier when we discuss them. So just looking at the rear one, I do think that, well, I think the breaking up of the sidewalk or the apron and the shell makes sense. I think that there should be some plantings some relief to all of this driveway material along the property line between you and the neighbor to soften that, and against the house. It just feels too much like what's there now, which is basically a big parking lot leading up to a garage. And you're creating a house instead of a garage, but it still feels like a garage that's been converted to a house because of the material, regardless of what the material is. So I think it needs some greenery on the street. And I do think it's important that that greenery runs down between 85R and 85. And I think there's also an argument for changing the driveway material at 85. This is the back, less formal. It's a small cottage. The shell might work. And if it was more brick on the 85, I know I'm talking about both at the same time, but I think they relate to each other because it has to do with relief along that York Street. And those are my comments.
Thanks. Connie, do you want to add?
I went first.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Angus?
Sure. So I agree with I think pretty much everyone that to have a break in material. And I like Joe's sort of reasoning of the more formal brick closer to Orange Street at 85 and keep the shell at the 85R. I appreciate the gate being added to the guest house. I guess I was anticipating one going over at the house or the structure over at Cottage Court. And in the plan, there's an arrow, but it doesn't really show. It looks like maybe it's a bluestone paver, those regular rectangles that go between the patio and Cottage Court. Is that are those set in grass through the chair?
Those are brick with the shell in between.
Oh, okay. Brick rectangles then? We're talking in the southern portion, the one on Cottage Court.
Oh, I'm sorry, could you zoom down a little bit?
Bluestone.
Bluestone, yeah.
Yeah, that seems like a more of a modern thing than we'd want to see there. Probably, a rougher kind of stone or something, but not so rigid in that area. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thanks, Angus. So I understand what's been said. Brick on the front driveway is appropriate to me. The driveway should be partitioned at least 9/10 of the distance from the street towards the yards by privet or a similar material. I have no concern if there's a walkway between the two of them, whether there's a gate there or not, which would be perpendicular to the street. If you want to have brick on the rear driveway, left and right side to get out and walk on, I don't have a concern with that. It would decrease the shell, the presentation of the amount of shell that's there. As to the bluestone on the rear at Cottage Court, just a naturalized stone, finished, done. Leave it at that. Those are my thoughts. What do we want to do?
Hold for minor revisions.
Yeah, please make those revisions and we can approve it. Okay? On Joe's motion, it'll be for the front and the rear. Joe?
Aye.
Connie?
Aye.
Angus?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. All right, I feel the energy coming back into my
Stephen gets a
body.
break.
Thank you.
Okay, this time it's me. Do we have, where's Ms. Oliver?
Oh, Val, no, you don't. Val just left.
You're kidding me.
Yeah, no. She's having a.
She left. She left.
She's on. So
I can't believe it.
On to 14, Tatimo.
No rest for the weary, Stephen.
I was feeling energized that we're wrapping up 85 Orange.
Oh, yeah, but
So
You were
Val
gonna get
is
a break.
not, yeah, that would have been nice. Val's not here. Connie will be in sequence your next alternate. So it's myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Connie on the shed that we've seen. What was this? Is this the 10th time we've seen this shed?
I think
No, this is
10.
only the second.
Oh, it's just the second, okay. It's
Just the
just,
second time.
just seeing
so
if you were
Your
awake.
acquaintances.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So the board had reviewed this previously, and you had requested the landscape plan, which was actually approved, which I wasn't aware of at the time. It was actually approved on consent. I thought it was trailing us. And so anyways, I've attached this as part of the application. So again, this was approved on consent. You can see where the two structures are. And if you look in the bottom left-hand corner, it just shows the existing vegetation and the visibility from the road. And so I think the reason I think that it was put on consent is because these two structures and the pool deck and equipment all are not going to be visible from the road. We did actually drop the plate height as requested by about a foot, I believe. And then the third thing you had asked us to look at was this concept of potentially adding a pergola between the two structures. And and to submit that as a separate application, we did do this study. Ironically, this is something that we had done early on, which was a pergola of sorts. Essentially what it did was emulate the roof rafter pitch. And this was kind of like the overall intent is that these two structures can't touch, but they have a similar, they have the same roof pitch, plate height, et cetera, et cetera. So we wanted to kind of create this rhythm, if you will, so it kind of read as a very simple structure. And so the pergola in this instance is not a horizontal flat pergola. It follows the roof line. It's got double rafters, and the spacing is intended to create an equal kind of gap. So it has this rhythm, if you will, between the two structures. So I'm showing this to you as a potential solution to the pergola request that would come in under a separate application, but wanted to show you what it looked like.
That's not currently on the table, right?
That is not, but it could be if.
I understand.
So those are my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks, Matt. Who'd like to do that?
I can.
Ray.
So, this site plan tells us a lot here. There's a tremendous amount of vegetation going between the road and this building or buildings. There's also a fence. There's this, it looks like a board fence that's cordoning off this whole area. Yeah, 6-foot-high, full board fence. Actually, that's around the pool equipment. And then what do we have? A split rail fence. Okay. Regardless, I think that the amount of vegetation that's being shown between the road and these, sheds that I think we could all agree are not typical of what we normally think of as a shed, but in this case, who cares? That's my view.
Thank you. Does anyone disagree with Ray?
No.
Yeah, I just have one comment.
Abby?
I know you're going to tell me it's, you can't see it, but these vertical French doors, they're 7'6". I just think they're too tall and too vertical. But, and I don't really see why the two sheds have to be so aligned. Why couldn't they be jogged or something?
Through you, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
I think the intent was that from a distance or really any perspective when you're on the property, that they read almost more as one, and that if we actually offset them, it would catch your eye more and draw more attention to them, whereas if they were aligned, it would be quieter.
Okay, I'll go along with that.
Okay. What do we want to do, folks?
I'd move to approve this. And Abby, just if this is any consolation on the door thing, they all face into the site. They don't face out to the road. So I move to approve this as submitted.
Okay. Let's see, on Ray's motion, Ray,
Aye.
Abby,
I'm an aye.
Angus,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Was that for both of them, by the way?
I believe it was.
Okay,
wasn't
I
it?
wa- that
There's
was,
two
just
separate,
by clarification. What?
oh, isn't there two separate?
So the shed is
That
actually
was for both
sheds.
buildings.
There's two buildings and they're kind of sort of, we reviewed them together. So
Yes.
my motion was actually for both. If anybody has any concern with that.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah?
I believe that the concern is coming in the room right now.
No, the
Yeah.
motions have been made and
Okay,
voted.
yep.
Whatever it is you're against, we voted for it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just kidding.
Sarah.
Just joking, Linda.
Hey, Matt, you have another one. Okay, you got
Yeah,
your
2
boat barn.
Hamlin.
Two outer buildings,
Get back
very
here.
close together.
Yes.
Let's see what we can do, folks. Matt?
These are the boxes.
Yeah, I'll share, sure.
Oh, thank you.
So with your permission,
There you go.
yeah,
Oh, thank you. Oh,
Oh, God,
okay.
funny.
No, that's cool. Appreciate it.
Wouldn't we all? Wow, I'm just sitting there.
Matt, you ready?
I am, Mr. Chair,
I
so
want
with your
you to
permission.
Please run with it.
Okay, thank you. So this is, you've seen this twice before. The last round of revisions that you had requested were to remove the cupola and change the dormer style, just to run the eave continuous. You can see in the comparative elevations in north and south that we've done that. And so our hope is that this reads as a very simple structure, and look forward to your comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Let's see, we had comments from Holly. Let's see, Mickey, you guys got anything to add?
Which one are we looking at?
2 Hamlin?
No, we did not look at this.
It's not in the OHD.
Okay. All right, well then, let's have at it, folks.
Oops.
Myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, Connie.
May I?
Yes?
Ray?
You know, Matt, I first of all, definitely appreciate the removal of the cupola. It just removing that thing makes this thing feel less formal and massive, honestly, that little piece. Now, I know that members of the board asked for this continuous eave, get all that, but the result of that is that now we have this spread between those windows way up there and the quote-unquote first floor windows way down there with this like football field size space in between. Hamlin is not like a heavily traveled road, and this is sort of alongside the house. I mean, if it were me, I'd rather go with the bigger windows and the flush dormers than to have this arrangement, but that's just my view. In other words, appreciate the cupola going away, but I'd actually prefer to do the flush dormers rather than the most recent iteration. Thanks.
Thanks, Ray. Abby?
Well, does the new drawing show that the dormers went back on the roof? Or, because they still look like they're flush in the new proposed, or am I looking at the wrong drawing? Oh, God.
Through you, Mr. Chair, they are flush, but we did carry the eave because there is a 7-inch eave overhang. We could shift them back.
Okay, so I think my main concern now is just the garage doors on Hamlin Street that look very much, I'm not sure what they look like, but they don't look utilitarian. They look a little more I don't know. It's supposed to be a boathouse or a garage, and those doors are very ornate, maybe. Could those just be simplified or just have a smaller window in the?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yeah, we're happy to either just make it a 2-panel with a vertical V groove, or we could leave the top row of 4 lights in there. But either of those works for us. We could just, if you wanted to look simpler, we could just simply make it a 2-panel and remove the glass completely.
Yeah, that would be, so, that would simplify it a lot for me. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Let's see, Angus?
I agree with Ray and Abby.
Can't.
Well, no, Ray's comments about the dormer, I think it was more successful with the longer windows and the flush dormer. I appreciate the a cupola going away, and I like the idea of the doors being simpler facing the street. And it is beside it and behind it, and it is the end of the lane, on a side street. So all those are contributing factors to this being approvable for me.
Okay, thanks, Angus. Connie?
Yes, I have to say that I like I feel the former submission was more appropriate without those dormers. I don't really have a feeling either way about the garage door, and I'm happy the cupola is gone. Thank you.
Thanks. I preferred prior. I think it's more appropriate. I just think it's still too tall, but it looks like you got votes, so I'm not really I'm not gonna battle on the topic. What do we want to do?
Mr. Chair, I could suggest, with your permission, to just go back to the flush dormer and then omit the glass in the garage doors, so it's simpler.
And reduce the height by 6 inches?
Matt's.
I could do that.
Sure.
Okay.
That's Matt's motion.
Is that an exhibit? Can we circle what we approved and mark it up as
I can
6
do
inches
that.
shorter?
I'll do that.
Okay, so that's Abby's motion as an
Nice
exhibit A.
second. Or just a short note to add, that in the previous iteration, I'm looking at the south elevation, but it could be the north, that the roof comes down, the whole roof, main roof, shed roof, down so that the eave is at the head casing of the second floor windows.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Lower, yeah.
Yeah.
The,
like that.
Abby, did you catch that?
So that the eave,
If you look at the dormers, Abby, there's a shingle space between the head casing
yeah.
and the eave. Matt's going to bring that down so that there's no shingle space. The eave will just go above the windows.
So basically,
Okay,
you're gonna
bring
drop
the
the
shed.
top plate and the roof mass as a whole.
yeah,
so the shed dormer comes right to the top of the window.
to basically emulate the
Yeah.
current submittal in terms of its relationship to the eave, to the head casing, if I understand
Okay.
that correctly.
So that's Abby's motion. Abby, on your motion?
I'm an aye.
Angus?
Aye.
Connie?
No cupola, right?
No cupola.
Aye.
No cupola.
Ray?
Right.
And I'm an aye. Okay, that
Thank you very
carries
much.
unanimously.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah,
the next application is 8 Newtowa, not Newtown.
yeah, I noticed. I was gonna mention that. So, let the record reflect the modification of the agenda to 8 Natoa Lane, and
Typo.
we'll fix that. Is Uri here? Yes. Hi, Uri.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello.
Yes, good evening.
So this this time, I mean, I changed after you didn't like the dormer in the back. I changed the back elevation to show more like a second floor dormer actually, going towards the ridge, but I removed that third floor dormer, so that should feel hopefully not as unusual as it was last time. And then if we scroll on you can scroll on the elevations on the front one. You could scroll down, please. Yeah, right there. A little more further down to the elevations. Yeah, right there. On the south elevation, which is facing the Utah Lane road, I have a new first floor dormer, which as I saw in the neighborhood and I showed on the photos that are attached there, some dormers that are like this similar style shed dormer on the third floor. So to just get some light to that attic, you wanted to do this type of the dormer. So those are pretty much the changes. Also, if you could scroll to the front of the application, to the beginning, like second page or third page, there are photos like right there, a little bit higher, right there. There are some examples of the dormers in the neighborhood which are on the third floor, which we're trying to do similar style. So
Thanks,
yeah,
Rai.
that's all.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, great. So,
Thank you.
Belle's not here, so Connie sat on the last one, but we'll put Joe on this one. And so it's myself, Ray, Abby, Angus, and Joe. Who'd like to begin?
I can.
Ray.
Okay, so the dormer on the back, it accomplished the goal. Now we don't have that silly little sawtooth thing sticking up. So that's good. I mean, if it were me, I'd reduce that roof pitch to like a 5 and 12 or whatever, because it's looking very long and it doesn't appear you're using the space at all on the third floor. But we're not going to see that anyway, so as long as from the sides, we're not seeing that sawtooth, I'm good. And the only other thing I'll say is regarding the front dormer, it's already rebated off of the eave, but I notice that there is a lot of shingle space underneath of the window in the dormer. So it could afford to go further back so that there wasn't that big, at least two courses of shingles underneath the sill of the windows. So I'm suggesting pushing it back further. Those are my only thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ray. Let's see, Angus.
I definitely agree with pushing the dormer back so that the sill hits the roof. But I think that the example given is probably more appropriate, which was probably the back of the house rather than the front. I'm not sure that a dormer on the front here is appropriate like this at all. And the one in the back, I agree with Ray's comments about shallowing the pitch to the more typical 4 or 5 pitch. The 6 just stretches that out so long. And also the dormer that's shown, I believe, is also that front dormer. It looks like it's hitting the ridge and should be pulled off the ridge. Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thanks. Let's see, Joe.
I agree with the comments regarding the large dormer, so that the cheek wall is reduced a little bit, so adjusting that pitch. And the front dormer, it looks like the photographs that show a dormer on the front, there's at least two, the first two. The dormer, the buildings have cottage corners, the buildings have corner boards. The dormer has cottage corners, so that's a thought, and pushing it back on the roof. And then I also think that you don't really need to replicate the main eave and fascia board trim on that dormer, which I think it feels a little bit too heavy. So I think you could thin up the trim on that shed dormer at the eave just to lighten it a little bit visually. Those are my comments.
Thanks, Joe. Abby?
I've got nothing to add.
Okay. So on the rear, I don't disagree with trailing up that pitch, but you're not gonna accomplish what you need to programmatically. That dormer is atypical, but the only place it's gonna be visible from is Polywog through a couple of yards. And my company used to manage this community for 2.5 decades, so I got good familiarity with it. I don't disagree with the concept of shortening up that dormer face on the front. I think cottage corners work and lightening up the trim details to make this less of a structure. There's too much structure up there. I think it doesn't need to be that heavy to be successful with your program and to be appropriate. So, kind of a general comment on that one, but we want to hold for some revisions, or we want to do an exhibit A?
Can we, do you need to see the revisions, or can we try to get it approved?
I'm working on that right now, Uri, thanks.
The dormer back.
What do we feel like?
Well, let's see. It seems to me, well, given my comments, we could, I'm just talking about pushing the front dormer back. Now, Angus didn't want it on there at all, I don't think, or modified in a more extensive way. Val's not on it.
I would accept pushing it back a foot or so and just going with a
Simple trim.
slightly smaller fascia and eliminate the shadow board, bury the header into the top plate of the
Yeah,
windows into the header,
right.
so that whole roof assembly is lightened
And
up.
do we need to do something on the back dormer? Or is the consensus view that that's not going to be visible?
I don't think it's gonna be visible. I agree with you there.
Yeah. Okay, so here's going to be my motion then. With regards to the front dormer, push it back 1 foot further and get rid of the shadow board between the window head casings and the eave, and just have the head casing tuck up under the eave. That's my motion.
Okay, on Ray's Exhibit A motion, Ray.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Angus.
Aye.
Abby.
I think I'm a nay.
Abby's a nay, and for the record, and I'm a yes. Okay, you got yourself Uri in Exhibit A.
So one more question quickly. You want to keep the corner boards, right? You don't need the cottage corners.
That wasn't in the motion, it was discussed. I'm
Yeah.
either
So
way
we'll
on
just
it.
Keep it.
I am too.
Me too.
Everybody's, we're
We're
either way.
wishy-washy.
This is a light blue trim. What's the trim color on this?
White.
Is it white? It used to be light
So-
blue. I'm
It's all
dating
white.
myself. Okay. Okay, yeah, so you're gonna do it per the Exhibit A, okay?
Yeah. Sounds good. Thank you.
And the next one's to you, Ray.
Yeah, it is to me. You know, the
Is it
funny thing
7
is, I can't open this. My thing keeps shutting
Yeah,
down when
mine
I
does
try and open it.
Mine
Okay.
reverts to the main page.
That's
Yeah, me
exactly
too.
what mine's been doing.
Oh, this is you.
We have a reversion to the main.
Steve, you mulled in on this one,
I mull it in. I so regret it.
so come on back. Well, it's in there.
What did you do to the gods, Linda, that the karma's coming back that won't open?
It better open. Waited 2 months.
We got nothing on it.
Well, it's in there. Because we saw it earlier.
I know, that doesn't, unfortunately, is crazy stuff.
Oh, you want an A?
Looking in, so this is what's coming up, Linda, I don't know why. And I'm looking,
Did you go to the view thing?
yeah, that's what I'm on. You saw it in the view package?
Yeah.
Well, I saw it in the view pack too, but right now it's the other.
It ain't
pack,
working.
right?
Nope.
No, I even tried to go back in. Yeah.
This is what's coming up.
Okay, so
They
are
just
we
flew
dead
in
in the
from-
water on that one?
They just flew in from Syracuse for this, Buffalo.
What?
They just flew in today for this.
Well, how do we apologize, but we can't seem that, we don't have any visuals, zero. What? Yeah, I guess,
So I
Take
guess,
the paper drawings?
who's
yeah,
on
we're gonna
this?
pull the, well, actually, you're chairing this, so you make the decision. Yeah.
You can go old
We'll-
school
we'll
and
do
just
a
look at
John
the
McLaughlin.
plans.
I was just
No,
thinking I
but
missed
let's,
that paper shuffling.
but so.
she's got the hard
We have to
copies.
think about this for a moment. Okay, so it's myself, Abby, Val's not here, Angus is online, which is a problem if he can't review it. And then we do have, oh, you mullened in.
Yeah, I
So we
mullened
have an alternate in Connie, you're an alternate, right? I'm trying to choose everybody at the table so we can do this.
Yeah, if it helps, I'll step away.
And Stephen, I'm sorry, Angus, did you say something?
Oh, I was just saying, if it helps, I'll step away because I obviously can't see people.
I think you have to because you can't get it on your computer.
Can't get
Or
there.
if you did, you'd be the only one.
Yep.
We're going old
Yeah, so
school,
we're gonna
guys.
just, oh, is this your eye?
No,
No.
this is the wrong one.
Yeah,
Those are
this-
his, no, those are his drawings,
Oh,
but
they
he's not
are?
representing this at all.
Oh, okay.
All right, everybody take a breath.
Oh, my goodness, such confusion. All right, so just to reiterate, myself, Abby, Connie, and Stephen.
Yep, we'll go with the 4-member.
It's a good thing I mullened in on these, Kathy.
Yeah, that's a good
Isn't
thing.
it though?
Okay,
Okay. The comments from the last meeting were not related to the building. Everybody was fine with the building. It was the two weird driveway accesses and not understanding the site plan. So the site plan has been cleaned up. There's one access now, period, from the easement. And that's pretty much it. The retaining wall is a little more fleshed out. It is stone. And it goes from an elevation of 10 down at the garage, and then it goes up the hill towards the easement to an elevation of 18, which is at the street level, the easement level. That's pretty much it. So we got one, we reduced the parking court in front of the house, which you can't see from Brewster Road anyway, and that's pretty much it. We changed the color from natural to weather on the trim because there's not one natural to weather house anywhere near it. And we've gone to dove gray and kept the forest green windows.
sorry, Linda, did you say natural to weather trim?
It was, and we're asking for dove gray now, not white. It's still gray.
How about the house?
The house is on next week.
Is what?
The house has
for a
already been
color
approved.
change?
The house is coming back in for dove gray next week.
Got it.
Because
I
there's a
don't
few,
know dove gray,
there's
but-
a few window changes on it.
Is dove more gray or more dove?
Gray. If the truth be told, it's becoming incredibly popular. So
Okay, Linda,
basically,
you switched to 6/1,
yep, and the house is coming in with 6/1 as well.
right?
As I say, there wasn't a whole lot of comment about the structure. It was the driveways and the parking court and the lack of detail.
I'm going to ask this question of Kathy, Sarah, is there anybody up on Zoom that's potentially wanting to speak on this project?
Mr. Chair, I don't see anybody raising their hand.
Okay, just checking. I
And
didn't
everybody
think
was
there
noticed.
but- Okay.
Remember when we used to say they're all folding up their papers?
Yes.
Yeah, remember the noise from folding up the papers?
John McLaughlin.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Well, how about that? Does anybody have any concerns with this application? Any of the sitting board members, that is? Hearing none. Okay, so Stephen, we can do a voice vote on this. Stephen's made a motion to approve as submitted, including the dove gray, change to dove gray trim color.
And the 6/1.
6/1s, but that's in the package. So all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? There you go. Okay,
Thank you.
did you guys want to say anything? Okay. Who does, right?
Linda.
That was a long flight for nothing.
Yeah.
That's funny. Okay, now we're moving on, folks, to the ever elusive Georgie 3 Miles Court,
Mr. Chair, he is not in the queue. I don't think he expected to be heard tonight.
which pushes us over to 11 Pine Street hardscape.
He's done.
All right, Mirka, good evening.
Hey.
Good evening, and my apologies, I missed it last week meeting.
That's okay,
Enter
yeah.
now,
I just spaced
and
out,
we'll forgive you if you're brief and successful.
hopefully. Okay, so this application is, it's the property at 11 Pine Street. I believe the architecture was approved. It's a workshop project, so this is, I'm just following up with the hardscape. It's practically just for the new hardscape. There was the pre-existing brick driveway parking, like in the front of the garage. Clearly, the garage is moved backwards, so, we just want to make the parking more usable for the cars, and then practically creating a little bit street appeal. I would like to create some nice little, like a town garden, which can be viewed similar to public, and then push the privacy private separation between the two structures to the back of the yard, which I am bringing more of the antique granite curbing for the little meander path and the gravel patio in the front of that little shed. Other than that, it's really just no lawn, just really beautiful large garden hugging the any hardscape. None of it will be really visible, at least not the back part. The front part, I intentionally would like to create something which is actually fun to walk by and create little that old town garden feel to it and make it more exciting. So I think that's just specify the materials. Would be the pea stone with the little brick trim would be the first part, then main walkway to the front door and to the parking would be the brick, and then again in the back would be again pea stone patio with the antique curbing as for the pavers laying flat with
Okay.
little green joints, really subtle. Thank you.
You guys have seen Ollie's comments that were issued today, correct? There was a copy left out. And Mickey, do you guys have anything to add?
Just a little bit. So could you zoom in on the photograph in the lower left of the drawing that's on this? Yeah, and zoom in on that lower left, please.
Oh, this is, I'm so sorry. This is not what we switched the plans a few weeks ago, where we are using the antique granite, not the bluestone. I think that did not get to you guys.
Okay, that sounds fine too, but I'm looking at the one to the left with the brick border.
Yeah.
So to me, to our group, that looked a little formal, that sort of contrasting brick edge border. This neighborhood generally on Pine Street feels a little less formal than this. So that if the brick border could change, to either disappear or maybe change to something a little less more subtle. You're already changing those bluestone blocks, and I think that was the driveway looked a little wide. If that could be narrowed down a little bit, 12 and a half feet for one car seems more than necessary. That was it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mickey. Okay, so it's me, Eddie, Angus, Ray, and Joe on this one. Who'd like to begin?
I'll go.
Joe.
This is refreshing, comes to mind. I think it's an interesting gesture to move the privacy back. I know that the privet that's there now looks like 30 inches tall, but it looks like that's going away, and we're going to have just a picket fence, and then there's going to be some kind of a privet at the back. And I think having the house itself isn't formal and the garage being forward is informal. There's something about the interplay of this symmetrical pea stone garden that, I don't know, seems to walk the line between formality and informality. So I like the fact that this thing is going to be just viewable to every passerby. And then it looks like the rest of this, which is behind the privet, kind of breaks down into this informal, I don't know what the plants look like, but it has the feeling of like a little Japanese garden happening back there. So I think what I'm seeing feels appropriate.
Thanks, Joe. Frank?
I feel the same way, you know, I mean, this isn't that far from Main Street where there's this tradition of having these little formal sort of parterre gardens, you know, nestled in behind the fences, like that beautiful one right behind the Pacific National Building. So even though it's formal, I think it's formal in a really kind of understated Williamsburg kind of way. So I'm okay with it. Thanks.
Thanks. Angus?
It's muted.
Abby?
Yeah, I'm sort of enjoying this. It is sort of refreshing to see something like this. My only comment, and I'm fine with the materials, I think that's pretty exciting. I think the right-hand side of the driveway, I'd like to see a little more vegetation on that, just to soften that setback. And I'm not a big fan of the utility piece down on one side of the house. I think that's a new thing people are doing, but I think it looks a little urban to me. I prefer just to see the old stuff back on that side of the house. But yeah, I think it's creative.
Thanks.
It's appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks, Abby. Mirka, that Pea Stone, is there like something you're addressing there, like a drainage issue?
Thank you. Yeah, it's a little shady, plus it's supposed to be for bikes, so stored, so it would be used for it, like a bicycle storage. So yeah, beside it's shady, I just kind of thought it was more appropriate to kind of really maximize the space. It's small property. And again, it would be fenced, so it will not be visible.
Okay, and it's less than 2 feet wide if you measure it against the counters, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I get Abby's point. I don't disagree with it overall. If this was like one side of the structure, or half the width of the yard, I'd be more concerned. I think it's appropriate the reestablishment of the semi-public yard space, transitioning into the private space of the yard. I'm a little concerned that the garage is 6 inches forward of the house, this historic garage. I just want to point that out. I think that's a real problem.
I believe that was
It is a
approved.
historic garage.
I'm saying it's 6 inches forward of the house. I think that we need to go back to.
Well, maybe we should have Mirka move it back.
We need to go back to the HCC at the time, and we need to have a little talking to them.
That was approved before the HDC.
That's exactly it. Okay, so,
Can I just add
go ahead.
something? Okay, so I'm giving up on the utility piece done, but to my.
Now you're taking up another cause?
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna, can I reiterate the fact that I think there should be a little more vegetation on the right-hand side, and that would disguise that anyway.
No replication of efforts, if we weren't persuaded. Now, I wasn't sure I understood what you were saying. Could you
So on the right-hand side of the driveway, looking into the site, you see there's just a sliver of green. It would be nice if that was vegetated.
Mirka, what's there? Is that privet?
I just want to make sure I understand. It's on the driveway part?
On the right-hand side
So
of
of
the
the
driveway, you're facing it from Pine.
Yes, so,
Way up there.
oh, right there, yeah.
Just
So,
this little, see.
yeah, we can definitely reduce this. I just, it's a small, so I thought you can utilize it for a little compact cart, especially because there is no really parking in that area. So I wanted to maximize the parking itself, but if you prefer to just narrow it to the garage door, yes, we surely can do it and give it more greenery.
Well, no, I don't think Abby's saying narrow to the garage door. What is gonna be along the property line?
Oh, you mean that little half arc, that's
No,
trees?
just along that property line.
It's a fence, right?
Fence, yeah, there's a fence. There's existing fence, and if anything, yes, there's existing picket.
So Abby's asking for some maybe privet or something.
Oh, yeah, so we would have a climbing hydrangeas on it.
Along the fence.
Along the fence, yes.
Does that satisfy your concern?
Yeah, I could go for a little bit more, but yeah.
Okay.
Thank
Late
you.
in the evening.
You wore it down at
Press it.
8:23. Okay, so, I think we have a motion to approve with condition restriction written on that there will be climbing hydrangea added to the fence to the right of the driveway as you're facing it. Is that
That's the north side.
on the north side? Is that Abby, your motion?
Yes,
Let's see, on your motion?
I'm an aye.
Ray?
All right.
Angus?
Oh, I just wanted a chance to comment on it. I was muted when I was called.
Oh, I'm sorry, we skipped right over you because you were muted when I asked for you. Do you have anything material to add?
Well, I was just agreeing with Holly's comments about the formality of the rectangular bluestone pavers that come out beyond the hedge towards the street. And
Those are, Angus, those actually aren't gonna be used.
Oh.
That's correct. It did not make to the view package. It's going to be anti-curbing, granite, laying flat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Antique curbing laying flat, so they're still rectangular.
Oh, well, they usually come little chiseled. They're not perfectly square.
Okay, and the other part was this pea stone bordered with the brick does remind me of that garden that is behind the bank, which is charming when you're sort of looking, around the fence and over the, through the privet and, the other things that are growing there. I feel like this is too contrived of a design to be along Pine Street. I don't think there's another example of anything like this along Pine Street. So that's all.
Thank you. So we did litigate that and it was resolved with the consensus is appropriate. And the motion is back to, we'll clarify the vote. Abby on your motion?
I'm an aye.
Ray?
Aye.
Joe?
I'm an aye.
Angus?
I'm an A.
And I'm an aye. Okay, so.
Thank you.
The perils of Zoom. That is gonna move us to the end of the meeting, folks.
And nobody in the queue anymore.
And, motion to approve minutes. Kathy, do you know off the top of your head, is Ocean Ave or, 8 North Mill in either of these? 8 North Mill is in the March 11th.
Oh, I don't know that information.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, can we get a motion to approve October 22nd, 24, November 5th, 24, December 17th, 24, February 18th, 25?
I'll make,
March.
X March.
oh, sorry.
Yeah. I'll make that motion.
Okay, so
Sure.
it'll be, me, Abby, Angus, Ray, and Connie. Ray, on your motion.
Right.
Connie. Angus,
I'm going to abstain.
Abby.
I'm an aye.
I am gonna be, for the sake of cautiousness, a no.
Oh, checks and balances. I like it.
Did it pass?
And I will get to March 11th. I've got some time off coming up. No, I'm a no. For the record. January 14th, 2025, minutes are up next. Our next meeting, folks, you're not gonna believe it, it's next Tuesday night at 4 p.m.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something.
Absolutely insane how that works.
Well, you took my breath away. I'm so shocked. Next Tuesday.
All right, we're gonna get some signatures and we're out the door. Motion to adjourn, please.
So moved.
On Abby's motion, those present, all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right.
Good night, you guys.